So hey guys, this is your favorite ultimate fanfiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Naruto was a seal master in RWBY? But before we start, remember to subscribe and like this video. Now let's start. The famous Beacon Academy is living up to its name today, as freshmen are entering the main gate looking for a bright future as Huntsmen and Huntresses. You could feel the excitement. However, for one Ruby Rose, this has to be one of the most embarrassing moments of her life. Just a few seconds ago, her dear sister Yang ditched her to go with some friends that she never saw or will see. In this amount of time, she managed to trip over some rich girl's luggage. The said rich girl become really angry because, apparently, she narrowly broke a whole lot of dust that could have exploded. And to make it worse, she is so pissed that she won't even listen to her while she tries to say sorry. This white-haired girl is now shaking a vial of the said explosive material right in her face while red clouds spread closer to her nose. Before Ruby could sneeze, a firm hand found its way over her mouth and another one around the white-haired girl's wrist, stopping her from shaking the vial. They both turned their heads to see who was the savior, barbaric man who stopped her from making her point. In the moment they made eye contact with this person, Ruby had a second thought about talking with this guy. Right beside them was a blonde teen that is dressed with a black jacket with a collar high enough to cover the lower part of his face. His pants were brown with an orange line on each side and black army-like boots. On a second glance at his hands, Ruby could see a pair of fingerless red gloves with a steel plate on the outer part. His hair was the same shade as her sister's, but way shorter, and yet still long enough to cover his forehead. However, what made Ruby reconsider talking with was not his rebel look. No, it was the strange tattoo over the left side on his face and his strong-looking arms that made him look mean. The tattoo is consisted out of 3 parts. The first part is a circle around his eye. The second was horn-like extension, hollow on the inside that was pointed toward his temple. Finally, there was a thin chain going down his cheek, but she couldn't see where it stops because of the collar. The chain itself wasn't made out of links, but weird characters that she never saw before. One. Unknown to Ruby, this person is none other than Uzumaki Naruto. "Ah, excuse me, but why are you touching me all of a sudden?" said the white-themed girl. "That vial leaks," said the boy with an uncaring tone. "You should be more careful with them." The girl finally noticed the red clouds of dust that are the same shade as her cheeks right now. "Ah, that's none of your business. Now let go of me." As soon as he stopped his hold, Weiss took her suitcase, still feeling embarrassed that she did such a great mistake as forgetting to check the state of the vial. The boy moved his hand away from Ruby's mouth. "Aw, thank you. I really needed some help there," said the girl. "There is no need for thanks. I choose the best option for this kind of situation. Is for the better if we don't have a large explosion on our first day here." With this, the strange boy left Ruby alone. "Yeah, this sure is the best choice." And he left. "Great job making friends, Ruby," said the girl to herself. "Hey, I am John," she heard from behind. Turning around, she saw a tall blonde boy who has his hand ready for a handshake. "Hey, I am Ruby." She accepted his gesture. "Aren't you the boy who threw up after getting off the ship?" Despite the distance between them, the blonde boy could hear their interaction. They seemed to be good people. Maybe it would be a good idea to befriend them later. The boy decided to pay more attention to the ones around him. Under all the excitement and happiness he could feel many other feelings. Anxiety, impatience, fear. You name it, they have it. But the most common one was hope. They have hope that they will be able to accomplish something by coming here. This is a really nice place. Way better than Konoha. Even if he wanted to spend more time admiring the place, he has to find the amphitheater. He searched around with his eyes to see where the majority is going, but it was useless. The second and third year students were also there and moving in random directions. In this kind of crowd it's hard to even recognize people. However, he is lucky. Near a tree there is a lone boy that wasn't wearing a uniform. He may be another freshman that could give him directions. As he got closer, the teen could see who was the person that is sitting alone. He is a tall, bulky, auburn-haired young man. He is wearing a gray armor and doesn't look that friendly. Better find someone else. Hey, yelled the teen at him. What's your deal, freak? Why are you staring at me? Sorry, I was going to ask you where could I find the amphitheater. The other teen made a few steps toward him. Who are you supposed to be? Got to say, nerd, that dumbass fake tattoo of yours nearly tricked me. Bet T. Hat you are just some loser who tries to look good. I see that you are not a social person, so I am not going to waste any more breath on you. Naruto turned around just for a hand to catch his right s. Holder. I said that I am going to leave. There was no emotion in his voice or on his face, but this guy is unknowingly playing with a very dangerous fire. And I am not done with you. I asked you a question. And you better give me an answer. Get used to it because this is how things will go from now on. Remove your hand from my shoulder, ordered Naruto. RWBY. Before he could finish, Naruto made a perfect judo throw that left the other boy on the ground. Sorry. He dusted his shoulder, but you left me no choice. Feel free to come back to me for revenge anytime you want after we become full-fledged students. For now, I wish you a good day. With that he left to look somewhere else for direction. A few minutes later, Naruto finally reached his destination with the help of a map that he found on a billboard. It seems that teachers were expecting for some new students to get lost in such a big school, so they put a couple of them around the campus. The rest of the freshmen could barely hold their excitement. His attention was caught by a couple of yells that came not too far from him. It seems that the white-haired girl started the second round of scolding for the red hood-wearing girl. Poor thing, she doesn't stand a chance against the rich girl when it comes to legal obligations. Luckily for her, two people walked on the stage. The first one was a tall woman with blonde hair while the other was gray-haired. Man, this are Glinda Goodwitch and Ozpin, the headmaster of Beacon Academy. Ahem, I'll keep this brief, started the man. You have traveled here today in search of knowledge. To hone your craft and acquire new skills. And when you have finished, you plan to dedicate your life to the protection of the people. But I look among you and all I see is wasted energy in need of purpose, direction. You assume knowledge will free you of this, but your time at this school will prove that knowledge can only carry you so far. It is up to you to take the first step. With this said, Ozpin left the stage. Glinda got closer to the mic. You will gather in the ballroom tonight. Tomorrow your initiation begins. Be ready. You are dismissed. Well, this speech sure was an efficient way to bring us back to reality. Later, in the ballroom, Naruto was sitting on the floor with a lot of pieces of paper in front of him. In his hand was a small brush and a bottle of ink. On every piece of paper there was a different symbol. He didn't had anything else to do, so he decided to look through his seals to see if any of them needs to be reconstituted. Even with the vast variety of seals offered by Fuinjutsu, it is not a wonder why not many people practice it. Just one wrong move of the brush while making it and it won't work at all. The other found other activities to fill their time. Some of the boys were trying to impress the ladies with their bodies. Others were talking with people that they already know, like that girl that was ready to sneeze a hole in front of the school. And lastly, there were the ones that decided to end their school lives before they even start. Well, the one. But he decided to not give that boy too much attention. John, if he remembered his name correctly. Even with the total lack of activities, he can't say that he isn't in a good mood. Despite the fact that his face didn't show it, Naruto was feeling safe in this kind of environment. He could blend in and live like a normal human, exactly like how he wished all that time back in Konoha. On the other side of the room, RWBY and her sister continued their talk. I didn't get to take my friends with me to school. It's weird not knowing anyone here. On top of that, I already made myself look like a total dum-dum in front of somebody, said RWBY. What about John? He's nice. There you go. Plus one friend. That's a 100% increase, said Yang. RWBY laid on her back. I'm pretty sure that the girl from this morning counts as a negative friend. Back to zero. Quote, there's no such thing as negative friends. You just made one friend and one enemy. RWBY's response was a dog head-shaped pillow thrown in her face. Look, it's only been one day. Trust me, you've got friends all around. You just haven't met them. There was a pause after that sentence. By the way, in front of who exactly did you made yourself look like a dum-dum? You told me that you didn't got along with that white-haired chick. But didn't told anything else. RWBY moaned out of shame. It was this guy who passed by when that girl was shaking the vial in front of me. Well, he did help me a lot by stopping me from sneezing. That was the last thing that I needed at the moment. But, after that, I tried to talk with him. And it's not like he was rude or anything, but just trying to do this was so awkward that I wanted to dig myself a grave on the spot. Like seriously, who does that? Somebody just helped me and I couldn't bring myself together enough to even act like I have social skills. Well, this does sound like a bad first impression, but don't worry, sis. You just have to show him that you are not strange. Because you're just a bit different. Now tell big sis, how does Mr. Good Guy looks like? He was, well, I don't want to be mean, but he is hard to forget. He has this weird tattoo on the left side of his face, and he also has blonde hair like you. Tattoo ND blonde hair mhhhh, you are talking about that guy. He pointed toward Naruto. Even with all the students in the room, he still stands out. From where they were, it seems that he is wearing a pair of black shorts and a white undershirt. This is going to be his sleep attire. Yeah, is him. Why? Because this is everything I had to know. She got up and caught her sister by her right arm as she makes her way toward Naruto. Wait. I am not ready for this. Is too soon for this. My heart isn't ready. Chill out, RWBY. You are not going to marry him or anything. Just talk. Hey there, stud. Finished Yang. Naruto turned his head and looked around him. Is that supposed to be me? Yes, I am Yang and this is my little adorable sister RWBY. She told me that you helped her this morning, so we wanted to thank you. Right, RWBY. The younger sister was trying to dig a hole through Yang's head with her glare. Yes. I mean want to thank you. You really helped me back there. It would have been a huge mess to blow a hole in front of the school in the first day, in many ways. As much as I appreciate your words, I already told you that there is no need for thanks. I am not the type of person that would let the ones around me get hurt without doing something, he finished with a friendly smile. Continued Yang, I can't help but note of your tattoos. She pointed toward the tattoo on his face, whose chain of incoherent words continued his heart. However, neither of them could tell what was under the undershirt and two other on his wrists. Yang also thought for a second that he whisker marks on his cheeks were tattoos as well, but they seemed too natural, nothing against them. By the way, do you know any good tattoo artist? I really thought about getting one myself. Maybe a fire-spiting dragon on my back or something like that. Dad will kill you if you do that, pointed RWBY. Dad will not be able to do anything about it when I will be 18 and use my own money for that. Well, sorry but I can't point you any. This are self-made, and they are not just for show. They are part of my fighting style. Yang tried to rewind what he said in her head a few seconds. I don't follow. How can tattoos help you in battle? Quote. Before he could respond, the same bully who got thrown to the ground by Naruto decided to make his presence be known. Hey freak. Don't you think that you should at least show respect to your better? Naruto turned around to see that he brought another 3 guys with him back up. I knew that you are just a nerd, but who would have thought that you were filthy animal as well, he said while bending a bit to punch him in his right cheek. Hey, what's your deal? Yang's scream got everyone's attention. Out of my way. I have business with him. Well, Yang was stopped by Naruto who raised his hand. I can handle it. He got up and looked at Carden in the eyes. I told you already. If you want to start something you can come after the initiation. And how can you stop me from doing it now? I won't, was his blunt reply. It's clear that I can't reason with you. If you want to do something you can be my guest, but I am not responsible for anything that the teachers will do to you or if they decide to kick you out. Carden growled in annoyance. Fine, you coward. Take your time. Like any other faunus, you just have to be annoying. He turned around and prepared to live. What a douchebag, said Yang. You should not let him walk over you like this. I intend to. I just have too much to lose if I fight back now. After tomorrow, I will make sure that things like this won't happen anymore. How? Asked RWBY. You will see. For now it's best to not think about it. We do have to be mentally and physically prepared for the initiation. Yeah, you're right, declared the youngest of the group right before a loud growl was heard from her stomach. Heh, sorry. I could really use a snack right now. I didn't had any sweets since I left Patch. Do you think that the cafeteria is still open? No, answered Naruto. Wait a second. He longed for his jacket that was on the floor, not far from them, just over the pile of paper. He was holding it by collar with his right hand while searching through it with his left. But not in the pockets like any normal person. No, his hand went literally through the jacket like it was some kind of portal to God know where, too. Yang was staring with her jaw hanging while Ruby had stars in her eyes. When Naruto pulled his hand out, he was holding a chocolate bar. Here. Have some. Ruby blinked so her eyes could go back to normal. However, the amazement was still there. Are you a wizard? Asked the girl with hope. Ah no, but I do have some tricks up my sleeve. He winked with his left eye. Whoa, said Yang. What else do you have in there? You know, the necessary. Any other sweets? Asked Ruby who finished the chocolate bar already. Ruby, we told you to not eat so fast, sorry. Naruto, for his part, was already searching for anything else. He even had to put his head inside. Oh God, the girls heard his voice from the other side. He pulled his head out and looked at them. Strange question. By any chance, does any of you want ice cream? The sisters give each other a look. Ah sure, why not? Why do you ask? Said Yang. I just found some ice cream that I packed for a trip to Vacuo some time ago. I was supposed to stay 3 months in the desert, but I stayed just 2. I literally have 1 month worth of ice cream that expire next week and I don't want to throw it away, he explained. Oh cool, exclaimed Yang while Ruby gained a happy smile, but I must warn you. First, you saved Ruby and now you are spoiling us with sweets. You going the right way to calling me sister-in-law? Yang, said a flustered Ruby. Don't know about that, I travel a lot. Do you think that she can keep up? Naruto decided to play along with the oldest sister. Ruby's cheeks gained a new shade of red. Yeah, you were right. It wouldn't be a good idea. But that wouldn't matter if you two met. For the love of God, stop already and give me ice cream, said Ruby. The two blondes lauded a bit before Yang spoke again. Sorry Ruby. But now for real, please wait a bit until I bring my things here. Usually I get lazy after eating late night and I could use some ice cream to chill out a bit. Good idea, said Ruby before realizing something. Seriously Yang. First, cheese and now puns. Let me have one night without any of this. Not going to happen Ruby. Naruto smiled at this scene. This two really get along together. He was almost feeling jealous. But this aside, he is glad that there are people like them around. With a bit of luck, maybe he really can make some friends here after all. Who is he kidding? There are at least 100 people who can say for sure that if it comes to luck, he is already the winner. By the end of this 3 years, he is going to be loved by 90% of the students or more. That does sound like a good goal for the future. He decided to stop thinking about this for now. The boy searched through his jacket again, this time pulling a large ice cream tub. Thank me for coming with this bright idea. The seal on his jacket is one of his fuinjutsu masterpieces. It allows him to create an entire pocket dimension where he can store all his belongings without having to worry that they would be stolen. As similar as it is with a RWBY storage seal, this one allows even living things to go inside without any troubles. Not to say that is way more convenient, even if he is standing with the rest of the freshmen and sleeping in a sleeping bag, he could as well just put the jacket somewhere safe, go inside his pocket dimension, where he has a warm bed waiting for him, and get out of there when the morning to come. This saved him a lot of monies that normal people would have spent on hotels during his travels. Naruto took out another 2 tubes and 3 spoons. All T's talk about ice cream made him want some. However, as soon as he finished the preparation, he felt another presence beside him. Looking to his right, Naruto couldn't see anyone. You know, if you want some you can ask. I have plenty to spare, he said it loud. Enough to not be heard by the ones that sat close to him. He doesn't want to be branded as the crazy guy. Like magic, A girl appeared right where he was looking. This girl is petite and has her hair split in the middle in 2 different colors. The right side is pink while the left side chocolate brown. She wearing a white tank top and a pair of pink bloomers. She is looking with wide eyes at him. This made Naruto realize that her eyes match her hair. What is it? Asked Naruto. She made a couple of hand gestures that he couldn't understand. I will guess that you can't talk. She nodded. Well then, I will ask. Do you want some? She nodded again. Suit yourself. He pushed a tub of vanilla-flavored ice cream and a spoon toward her. The girl opened the lid and started eating right away. Naruto wanted to laugh. She is as straightforward as a child. This is not always a bad thing. It actually made her look cute. He didn't waste any more time and made another tub and a spoon appear. The girl bent over hers and tried to reach his jacket. It seems that the piece of clothing that can make ice cream appear out of nowhere caught her interest. But this the usual reaction. Pretty cool I made myself. He handed her the jacket. When she tried to reach for something through the apparent portal that is his jacket, her hand just touched the material. Sorry. But it works just when I used it. I got some pretty important things in there, so it would be troublesome if anyone could steal them. The girl handed the jacket back to him and returned to her ice cream. Hey, who is the new girl? Asked Yang. Don't know. Just meet her, but she seems okay. Nice to meet you. I am Yang Xiaolong and this is RWBY Rose. Wait, weren't you sisters? Asked Naruto with confusion in his voice. We have different mothers, explained RWBY shortly. Oh, dibs on strawberry. I want chocolate, declared Yang while making herself comfortable. Well, as comfortable as she can, given the fact that she is standing on a sleeping bag on the floor. Hey, I just realized, we haven't asked for your name yet. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you. Where are you from? I never heard a name like yours before, said Yang before taking a spoonful of ice cream from her tub. I am not from around here. Not from this continent. Wait, RWBY, stopped from eating. Are you from the other side of the world? It is common knowledge that there is another continent, but they never had a close relationship with them. And by that she means that there are no contacts between the two of them and there never was. Hearing that somebody is from that place is like hearing about aliens that just come to visit their planet. How does it look? Are there hunters? Is it warm or cold there? How are the people? What about your weapons? Naruto decided to stop her from firing questions before she can lose all the air from her lungs. Whoa, wait. Calm down and take a breath. Would ya? I understand how is it like to see new places, but this is no reason freak out. Sorry. She scratched the back of her head. Good. And to answer your questions. It depends on the region. No. It depends on the region. It depends on the region and your guys are way more advanced. But don't get cocky. We can still kick some asses if we need. Yang. Ed for a moment. Well, that isn't very helpful. Sorry, but that is the best answer I can give you. I have been in so many places that have different culture and people that I can't just describe them all together. Yang raised an eyebrow. That many places. Naruto chuckled. Yeah, the main reason why I am here is that I got bored with that place. I have seen every piece land that is there. Right now I have a solid reputation in every and each country. But even so, I can never get bored with the people. That's for sure. Now that sounds cool, said Yang while RWBY nodded with a look of admiration, but as hard to believe someone as old as me has seen every place on an entire continent. More so when that thing is supposed to be equal in size with all the kingdoms put together. Believe what you want, but this is the truth. I came here for something new. Anything exciting. After that, who knows? Maybe I will return to visit some friends or make myself a home here. You really like to travel, don't you? Asked RWBY. At the start it was just curiosity to see is it like in places far from where I was born. But after some time it just became part of my life, along with other unhealthy hobbies. What are those? Getting in and out of troubles. Seriously, I lost count of how many times I had to beat the crap out of someone who pointed a weapon at me. Sounds like my kind of lifestyle, said Yang with a grin. Don't know about that, Yang. Her sister rubbed her right shoulder. I mean, fighting Grims is fun, but to always fight people sounds dangerous. Dangerous makes it fun, RWBY. Naruto decided to give more attention toward the silent girl, who finished her tub of ice cream and is watching his. Is this a thing? Can every girl on this continent eat sweets at a super fast speed? Sue. He pushed the ice cream toward her. Can you tell us your name? Well, not tell, but give us one. She was ready to make another set of hand signs, but a voice interrupted her. Neo, we told you to not stroll around without us knowing, said a dark-skinned, green-haired girl with red eyes. She is wearing a light green tank top and bronze shorts. Next to her is gray-haired teen that is dressed with a gray t-shirt, brown pants and black boots. Neo pouted cutely, while she is still stuffing herself with ice cream. So your name is Neo. It's a nice name, declared Naruto. Actually, it's Neapolitan, said the gray-haired teen. And you are her friends, I suppose. Nice to meet you. Name's Naruto Uzumaki. I am Emerald Sustre. The girl introduced herself, and he is Mercury Black. She pointed the teen with her left arm. Sup. We are sorry if Neo disturbed you or anything. Quite the opposite. She is a pretty good company, said Naruto with a smile. Yeah, she seems like a cool girl. Oh my god, Yang. Stop with the jokes. Never, RWBY. Never. What is all this ruckus about? Some of us are trying to sleep. They watched as the white-haired girl from this morning got closer to them and yelled, You. While pointing toward RWBY, the poor girl jumped in her sister's arms. God, why? As already the third time today. If you care so much about them, then why are you yelling? Asked Naruto. Weiss gave him a sharp G. Lair, just use indoor voices like any decent person. With that she left, so she will not end up doing something unladylike. Well, started the dark-skinned girl, I think that is the time to return to our spot. Come on, Neo. We have an initiation tomorrow in the morning. The said girl got up and waved them goodbye. See you tomorrow. Don't mind me, but I am going to sleep, said Naruto, the second part being Audrey's to the sister. Me too. Don't let the sleeping bag bugs bite you, said Yang. Good night, guys. With that, even RWBY got herself a ticket toward Dreamland. However, Naruto pretended to be asleep for a few minutes. He needed time to think about the future. Not just tomorrow. In just a day, Beacon proved itself to be a better place to live than half of Elemental Nation and a lot of places that he visited while on this continent. But life taught him two things. 1. That he and troubles are bound together. No matter how much he tries to have a dull life, like he is normal for once, something has to go south. And 2. He has to follow his instinct no matter what. Even if he ends up making a mistake, Naruto decided to not regret any choices or their outcome as long as he did what he thought that is the best. Even so, he can't help but question his decision. When he heard about Beacon and how great warriors are trained here, he decided to get here as fast as possible. That small part of him that made him go in all his great adventures and help all the good people he meet until now just wouldn't stop screaming in his mind otherwise. Why would he, Naruto Uzumaki, go to a school out of all the places if this wouldn't had happened? But why? Why does he feel so attracted to this place? Knowing how my life usually goes, this is the place where a war will break out or song. E1 here definitely needs a lifetime friend to help him get out a deadly situation. He shifted in his sleeping bag. Just when will I stop sticking my neck to save strangers, despite his best effort to be angry? Naruto fell asleep with a smile on his face. Next morning, Locker's room. One night of sleep and Naruto feels like he can move mountain. Don't misunderstand him. He does like having his life full of adventure. But this little bit of pleasure in life comes with price of not having much time to sleep. And even if does, it's most likely that something is going to wake him up anyway. However, last night was not the case. Oh my dear universe. You finally had enough mercy to not bring anything in my way for a full 24 hours. He had a content smile on his face before throwing slightly. What do you have in store for me today? Call it unnecessary concern, but he does not like it when things are too normal. Well, is not that normal around here even without the universe shenanigans? He ooped around to see what are the others doing. RWBY and Yang are talking while equipping themselves for the initiation, with the younger sister embracing her weapon. An orange-haired girl has been attering with a tall Asiatic-looking boy since the moment the teen woke up. The white-haired girl from yesterday is trying to make friends with a strong-looking redhead girl. At the first glance this isn't strange. But there is a malicious aura coming from the rich girl right now. He is pretty sure that has seen that redheaded girl somewhere, but for heaven's sake he couldn't recall where. Maybe because of her hair color that he confused her with his cousin Karen. And lastly there is John who can't find his locker. He will have to help that boy gets on his feet soon enough. Seeing a good H-erted person being a clumsy airhead will not do for him. I like John, but you all have to admit, he was a clumsy airhead during the first few episodes. But again, this is why some of us like him. He just finished putting on his combat attire and now he is going to bring out the big guns. In his hands is a huge sword like a weapon that has a large scroll incorporated. This deadly blade is none other than Shibuki 3. He smiled softly. He and this weapon have a long history behind. One that the people from this continent would never appreciate, but that the ones from Elemental Nation would pass it down to the next generations as a remnant of a great warrior. Naruto sighed and turned his head to the right. You know, if you want to check it out, you can do it like a normal person. Like last night, Neo appeared out of thin air and without a sound all the character are wearing their canon outfit. This time she had that cute childish pout on her face for being discovered so easy. Of course, she stood there for a couple of seconds before he noticed her, but still. Her semblance is supposed to allow her to make herself invisible for anyone as long as she wanted. This guy has to be cheating somehow. Pretty cool asked the boy with a cheeky smile that made him look like a fox. Neo gained a serious look and inspected the weapon. After a long internal debate, Neo gave him thumb up. Hey, said the boy from last night. Mercury if he remembers right, who just got next to him, nice weapon. But you are sure that this is what you want to use during the initiation? It kind of looks like something that would collect dust in museum. Don't worry, it is indeed old, but Shibuki can pack some serious punches. He lifted the sword in the air with one hand, like a knight would raise his sword after a battle. Which is actually impressive due to how big that thing is. Oh please no, not another one that names his weapon and treats it like a person, he heard Yang's voice from behind. There is nothing wrong with naming your weapon. You did too, yeah, but I never called mine, my baby. RWBY would normally continue the argument with her sister, however, seeing such a fine example of what a classic, and yet original, weapon should be like made the dorkish side of her take control of her body. Oh my god. Where did you find that? Naruto gained a smug look on his face. Sorry, didn't find it. She found me. You are not going to see anything like this nowhere else in the world. Can I look at it a bit closer? Naruto lowered the weapon so RWBY could inspect it. Woo, how old it is. No offense to Shibuki, but it has to be at least a few decades old. More a century old, to be more specific. However, as fun as it would be to talk about this with you, we should get going. The initiation starts soon. This got RWBY out of her state and made her run for dear life to the exit. Yup, this is life for Naruto Uzumaki. One strange or AWK word thing after the other. And in the end he makes new friends to laugh with about everything that happened. Naruto and the others are standing in straight line close to the cliff that separated them from the grim infected forest. He has some tea. RWBY's trying to understand why do they need to stay on this strange metal things. However, he decided not to ask. They will find out anyway, probably. Yang is standing on his right, while Mercury on the left. Both of them are eager to have a good fight down there. He couldn't say that he doesn't share the feeling. However, they have to go through another one of Ozpin's speeches. For years Avenue trained to become warriors, started the man. With his ever-present mug in his right hand, and today, your abilities will be evaluated in the Emerald Forest. Miss Goodwitch continued with a professional tone. Now, I'm sure that many of you have heard rumors about the assignment of teams. Well, allow us to put an end to your confusion. Each of you will be given teammates, today. Not so different from back home so far, thought Naruto. While RWBY, who was sitting next to Yang, seemed scared by what is going to happen next. She doesn't want to have teammates that she doesn't know already. This will only lead to more awkward talks. Ozpin started to speak again. These teammates will be with you for the rest of your time here at Beacon. So it is in your best interest to be paired with someone with whom you can work well. That being said, the first person you make eye contact with after landing will be your partner for the next 4 years. Naruto could hear cracks. Poor RWBY. Her world just shattered. Please God, let me be paired up with someone that I can work with. Seriously, I have met 5 people so far that seem to great persons. Just one of them would be perfect. If he gets read up with that dude Cardin or one of his goonzo is not going to end well for them. After you've partnered up, make your way to the northern end of the forest. You will meet opposition along the way. Do not hesitate to destroy everything in your path, or you will die. John tried to laugh, but he ended up gulping nervously. Some of the others were not better. You will be monitored and added for the duration of your initiation. But our instructors will not intervene. You will find an abandoned temple at the end of the path containing several relics. Each pair has to choose one, and return to the top of the cliff. We will regard that item, as well as your standing, and grade you appropriately. Are there any questions? Naruto raised his hand. Yeah, right here, teach. You said destroy anything that is in your path. So we don't have to worry about property damage. I don't want to have any pro-nature organization on my tail if it happens for me to knock over some trees. Anything that happen to be destroyed by you will be considered necessary for self-defense and so you will not be charged. Any other question? John raised his hand as well. Yeah, sir. Good. Now, take your positions. They got in their battle stances. Naruto prepared Shibuki in his right hand while cracking his shoulders. Time for some practice. Hope those things can handle more than one hit. Sir. John tried again to get Ozpin's attention. I've got, a question. Weiss got catapulted. So, this landing strategy thing, what is it? You're, dropping us off or something. No, you will be falling. Oh my god, this is comedy gold, thought Naruto while looking at their interaction. Did he not see all the students flying until now? Oh, I see. So, did you hand out parachutes for us? No, you will be using your own landing strategy. It's finally Mercury's turn to be launched. Good luck down there, he said to Naruto. Our protagonist turned his head toward John and yelled, you are not going to live forever, pal. Have fun on the battlefield while you can. He was launched as well. He is not really the fan of being thrown like a rag doll, but feeling the air pass by him while in free falling was kind of nice. Birdie no. It seems that RWBY hit a bird. Naruto got in position to land on a branch and then jumped to another as soon as his feet touched the wood. He continued to ninja run his way through a large portion of the forest. He saw a lot of people coming with interesting ideas to make a safe landing. The one that sticked out the most was Neo's. Using an umbrella as a parachute. Classic. Even for him. He decided to finally stop and start looking for a partner. This place won its name fair and square. All these trees remind him of the forest around Konoha. And this does mean something. After all, that forest is supposed to be the reason why Konoha is a hidden village. Now which way to go? He asked himself. As he pondered his options, a large figure crept behind him. A giant snake with white skin was ready to strike him from behind. Like a lightning bolt, the beast tried to eat him in one motion, but he sidestepped it and caught the handle of his sword with both hands. He swung and hit the body of the Grim, the explosion making clear damage. An entire chunk of its body vaporized with ease. However, it only angered the Taijutsu king. It tried to strike again, but Naruto jumped on its head and brought his sword down on its forehead, right where the brain should be. The creature fell down dead with Naruto still on it. Nasty thing. This one looks way too similar with Orochimaru. It's disturbing. His last encounter, the snake Sanin, left him with a bad impression about anything that doesn't have any legs and crawls. And he will be damned if another snake eats him again. It's so disgusting to get out of them. His line of thoughts was interrupted by a loud hissing noise. Turning around, Naruto barely managed to avoid being hit by a black snake. Jumping from his spot, he saw that it wasn't another snake. It was actually the other end of the one that he just killed. Two-headed snake. Why not? That thing was angered by the lose of its other end. so there was some extra zeal in its attacks. Naruto jumped high in the air to reach a branch. However, what he did not expect was Spear to nearly impale him in the head. Thank God for his reflex, because without it the high-speed projectile would have made a hole in his head. Unfortunately, this made him lose the balance and fall from the tree. The Grim was coming from below with its mouth wide open. Naruto thought fast and hit the left side of its head with Shibuki. After that blow, the Taijutsu King's jaw was hanging by the right side, but it was still alive. Not today, said Naruto before hitting the snake under the head, killing the second head as well. Watch where you aim that spear. He yelled toward the direction where the spear came from. It nearly took my head off. I am sorry, was heard from that direction. Some people. Before he could start walking, he heard a lot of growls coming from behind the trees. A pack of Beowulfs were approaching with the Alpha in the first line. Naruto grinned and pointed Shibuki at them with one hand. Come on. I have enough explosives to blow my way through an army of your kind. Show me what you got. The Alpha jumped toward with his fangs shown. With Emerald. Same time, she just finished shooting the last Beowulf who attacked her. Nice work, said a masculine voice from behind her. She turned her head to Mercury leaning to a tree with a smirk. Stop screwing around, Mercury. It's already bad enough that I have to be here with you. Don't make it worse for me. Whoa, it's not like I only exist to piss you off. I can be a nice guy. Ha ha, let's just finish this. I hope that Neo picks up someone useful as the fourth member. Yeah, it would be a drag to carry someone on our back during Vital Festive. Al, he got closer to Emerald, so who do you think is going to be the lucky number 4? Knowing Neo, she will search for someone funny. Beat me if I know what is in that girl's head. She start walking north. With you on this one. Though, it would be indeed funny to have someone like the ice cream guy or that blonde bab. Shut it. Jealous. No, shut it. She listened a bit until they both heard a loud thud near them. Mercury got ready for a battle. The hell was that? I don't know. She held her revolvers toward the direction of the sound. Another thud followed. This time they saw a tree falling. And then another and another, until they could see what was the cause of it. Holy dust, yelled Mercury, not taking his eyes from whatever came closer to him. Run. Both of them took on for their lives with a giant beast hot on their trail. With Neo. Same time. She was bored. No point saying anything else. Neo didn't meet any trouble so far. She decided to use her semblance to become invisible so she wouldn't end up paired with someone boring. And she is happy that she made this decision. Motherfucker. This was the sound of one Cardin Winchester tripping over nothing again. He was the first person that she meet. But he doesn't see her, so they are not partners. She spent the last couple of minutes making him look like he can't even stand on his own feet in front of whatever is Ozpin using to spy them. Hey, is not her fault that he is boring. If he would have been more fun, she wouldn't have any trouble pairing up with him. However, both her and Cardin's attention were caught by a loud crashing noise coming from their right. Before they could react, a tree trunk went flying over their heads, destroying everything in its path. When the trunk hit the ground, they could see that an alpha Beowulf was stuck to the side of the giant piece of wood. It was clearly killed by whatever sent it here. Now this looks fun. Neo rushed toward the direction where the Grim came from. Loud explosion noises filled the air and ignited Neo's curiosity even more. She finally stopped running when she saw Naruto surrounded by Beowulfs. His sword was held high in the air as he UGHT it down on one of his enemy's head. The hit was followed by an explosion. 3 of them tried to hit him in the back, but he turned around and took all of them out in one blow. Just 4 more to go. He used the blade that is not covered in piece of papers to cut off the head of an incoming Grim. One of the remaining 3 attacked from the left, but the scroll from his sword unrolled enough for the sheet of paper to wrap around the beast. Naruto caught it by the head with his left hand and threw it toward the last 2. The explosion that followed was enough to kill all 3 of them. Neo's eyes become pink. Partner found. If she plays her cards well, she might get more ice cream as well. Double win. Looking back, she saw that Cardin was approaching and she is still invisible for the others. She ran toward the blonde boy and turned off Her semblance. When she was close enough, she jumped and coiled her arms around his neck. She was the only thing that he could see right now. Woti. Here, said the boy surprised, guess that we are partners now. A coincidence perhaps, he asked jokingly. Neo smiled. What happened here? What the hell sent that tree flying? Yelled Carden, angry bee. 'Cause he nearly got killed by a random piece of wood. Oh, hey Carden, said Naruto while trying to play dumb. Crazy things happen around here, don't they? I mean, just a couple of minutes ago a spear nearly took my head off. And just now this cute girl appeared out of nowhere. Neo let go of him and put her palms on her cheeks, trying to look flattered. Sue, did you find anyone yet? The bully seemed very displeased. Goddamned loser. Showing off with a girl, he mumbled under his breath while leaving them alone. Neo punched him the arm lightly. What? Is not like you would have felt bad for him anyway. And it's not like I was aiming to hit him. However, this proves that the old saying, you make your own luck, is indeed true. Neo pointed toward the direction where Carden came from and then at herself. What, you were there as well? She nodded. Well, I am so sorry. I hope you are not hurt. She shook her head. Good. Have you seen anything that resemble a ruin anywhere? She pointed toward some trees that were destroyed by him with a smile. Ancient ruins please. She crossed her hands in an X. Well, we better find it then. He started walking with Neo behind him. He was taken back by a sudden increase in weight. He felt Neo's arms coiling around his neck from behind while her legs locked on his hips. Naruto turned his head to see Neo smiling. Piggyback ride EHH. Well, this makes it easier for me. Hold tight. The girl looked confused for a moment. Naruto suddenly jumped in the air and landed on a tree branch and then repeated the process. Hope you don't mind the way I travel, Io stretched her right arm to give him a thumb up. Naruto continued to do this for about 20 minutes, until they found themselves in clearing with a circular stone construction. He could see that Aang and a black-haired girl were already there. Yo. Young. Good to see that you made it. Neo got down from his back and walked up to the chess pieces. Oh, Naruto. Neo. Yeah, it was easy. It's not like this place is that hard to find. Their discussion was interrupted by a loud girly scream. Some girl is in trouble. You sure that it was a girl? Asked Naruto. Neo tugged his sleeve to show him that she chose that black horse. Huh. The dark horse. Feeling unpredictable. There is no time for jokes. Blake, did you hear that? The said girl was looking up. Naruto did the same and saw RWBY falling down while screaming, heads up, from the top of her lungs. Before she could touch the ground, she was hit by a flying John. They landed into a tree. Did your sister just fall from the sky? Asked Blake. Was that John that sent her into a tree? Asked Naruto while Neo's eyes turned white and widened with her mouth agape. That is going to leave a mark. Yang tried to come with an answer. Growls could be heard from the forest. Suddenly an Ursa came out with an orange-haired girl on its back. When the Grim fell down dead, the girl was saddened. It broke. An Asian-looking boy came running toward her. Nora, started the boy. Never do this again. He finished just for the girl to hurry up and take the white rook piece. Nora started singing. I am queen of the castle. I am queen of the castle. Nora, hey coming Ren. Did that girl just ride in on an Ursa? Asked Blake again. A lot of crashing noises came from another direction. Emerald and Mercury came out of the forest at top speed. Emerald was using her revolvers to shoot something that was behind them while Mercury was repeating, shit. Shit, shit, over and over again. Not far behind them was the mother of all Borbatusks. That Grim was not only ridiculously big for such species of Grim, but it was also covered from head to toes in a thick bony armor. That thing was a moving fortress with 4 moss sieve tusks ready to rip through any human or faunus foolish enough to approach it. The bullets sent by Emerald seemed to bounce off of its body. Is that a giant Borbatusk? Asked Blake yet again. I think that this is my call, said Naruto. He ran toward the incoming Grim with his sword in both hands. He unrolled the scroll and moved it like a whip. The sheet of paper reached easily 20 meters in length and fell over the Grim's eyes before exploding. It didn't cause any damage to the beast, but it was enough to distract it from chasing Emerald and Mercury. The Grimm start rolling in Naruto's direction, but he was too slow. Naruto jumped to the side and jumped to the side. The Grimm continued to roll until it hit a Deathstalker that was following a red-haired girl. Did those sheets of paper just exploded? And did she just ran all the way here with a Deathstalker on her tail? That was the moment when Yang couldn't handle this anymore. Oh my god. Can we just calm down for 2 seconds before something crazy happens again? Her were red and there was fire around her. The other listened to her demand and remained quiet. Mercury and Emerald finally reached the ruin and stopped to catch their breath. Neo gave Emerald a quick glance at her piece, without the other noticing. She nodded and hurried to get the other black horse. Mercury was resting with his palms on his knees and wah. TCHED as Naruto returned back to the group, thanks for the help. We didn't had anything that could scratch the thing's armor. Don't mention it. What? Asked Yang when her sister, who just got down from the tree, tugged her. She pointed up. When they looked up their jaws were ready to hit ground. Over their heads, a large Nevermore was flying with Weiss holding onto its talon. How could you leave me? I said jump. Tried Ruby to defend herself. She is going to fall, said Blake. She'll be fine. She's falling, said Ren. Naruto saw John, who gained a confident smile on his face, and Puss. Head Mercury with his elbow. I bet that he is going to jump. Mercury saw him as well. He's definitely going to jump. He jumped to catch the falling Eris just to realize that he can't fly nor glide nor land in an awesome manner. Naruto face-palmed when he saw Weiss landing on his back. How is that even possible? They were falling in the same time. Mercury shrugged his shoulders. The universe is merciful toward cute girls. Well, this is great. The whole gang is here. Now we can all die together, said Yang. The Nevermore was coming in their direction fast. It looks angry. Not if I have Someth. To say. Ruby tried to use her semblance to race toward it, but Naruto caught her by the hood. She chalked. I don't know what you had in mind, but I am not going to let anyone die. He unzipped his jacket and searched through it with his left hand. He pulled his hand out to reveal a large fan made out of half white, half red feathers and a sword-like handle. The Grimm was fast and NLE ashed a storm of bullet-like feathers toward them. Scroll of wind, shouted Naruto swinging the fan. A powerful gust of wind scattered the incoming projectiles. The other were stunned. Did he just pulled a weapon of mass destruction out of his jacket? Asked Blake. You know what? Screw it, started Yang. At least this insane crap saved our butts. Ruby, Nora and Neo were looking with stars in their eyes at the awesome but unpredictable weapon. John glanced at it and then at his sword and shield. He was so jealous. The others were trying to understand how could this be possible. How? Asked Weiss. I will tell you later. Grimm's incoming. He pointed toward the Nevermore and the other 2 giant Grimm that are coming to kill them. Good point. Let's get out of here, said John. With you on this one, said Mercury. Our mission is to take the relics and make it back to Cliffs. There is no point in fighting them, said Pyrrha while the others nodded. The group of 12 tried to run Rom the 3 beasts through some ancient ruins nearby. Naruto saw that the Borbatusk started to roll again. It was getting too close. Guys, go ahead. I will distract this thing for a while. What? Yelled Ruby. Do you have a death wish? Asked Yang. I have something that could actually hurt this thing. But I don't want you to get caught in it. Mercury glanced at the rolling beast. Do you really think that you can hurt that thing? Yes. Then I go with you. No freaking pig is going to make me run through a whole forest and gets away with it. Then get its attention. Naruto stopped. Ed running and prepared his fan. Scroll of fire. A wave of fire hit Grimm. Mercury shoot a couple of rounds as well. Even if there was still no damage, it felt it enough to get its attention. The rolling ball of death was now after them. Now what? Get that thing as far away as possible from the others. They ran away from the ruins. What's your plan exactly? This, he showed him a seal tag. A piece of paper. Your grandiose plan is a piece of paper. I don't understand what is your problem. You saw what they can do. Around a few dozen of them didn't do shit to it. Just don't get close to it. If you do, you might get killed. He jumped onto a tree branch and used the fan again. Scroll of fire, another wave of fire hit the Grim. Mercury stopped and shoot more rounds toward it. It got really annoyed by the two boys. Naruto put the fan back inside his jacket and took the seal that he showed to Mercury. Without hesitation, he jumped toward the beast with his sword in the right hand and seal in his left. The scroll unrolled again. This time it was aimed to hit the spot where it is going to be. When the explosion took place, the beast was blasted 2 meters in the air. When it hit the ground, the Borbatusk had to unroll and regain his sense of direction. Aim for his eyes, yelled Naruto. The silver-haired teenager didn't complain and hit the eyes of the beast with everything he had. Its cries could be heard through the forest. Naruto ran toward it and jumped on its forehead, where he stuck the seal tag. He got down quickly and got next to Mercury, to the ruins. But what about he was interrupted by an explosion. That was followed by another 5. That were followed by another 25 and so on. What the hell? Hurry up, you don't want to get caught in that. Mercury didn't said anything else and tried to get as far away as possible. What was that? He asked without stopping from running. Naruto turned his head toward him and smiled. Cool, isn't it? It is not my original creation and it takes me days to make one, but it sure does its work. Mercury turned his head to look again at the chain of explosions. Right now they were doing a pretty good job imitating what many think to be hell. Can't argue with that. But are you sure that it's okay? You don't have to be a genius to know that this going to start a big fire. Don't worry, Ozpin gave us green light for anything. Besides, I can stop that fire by using the fan after the initiation. If you say so. With Ozpin. Same time, he looked up from his digital scroll. He could see the Ragen G Inferno from his current position. Glinda. Yes, Ozpin. Can you please remind me what was our agreement with those pro-nature organizations regarding our usage of the Emerald Forest? The students can do as they please as long as the damage done to the forest can be undone in less than 50 years. They looked at the fire caused by the explosion and sighed. There is no way in hell that this can be undone in less than 50 years. With RWBY, JNPR, Neo and Emerald. Same time. Well, that sure is one way to make the hippies angry, said Yang. While the others were still processing what is happening, Yang is 100% sure that even the Deathstalker and the Nevermore were surprised by the sudden appearance of a mini version of hell. Come on guys, let's move before those things attack again, said John. We can't let them behind, said Ruby. I wouldn't worry about them. Emerald pointed toward 2 running figures that were coming toward them. Seems like they can look after themselves. They are still far behind. Pyrrha put her sword and shield on. I say to make a stand here and wait for them. That's not an option. Ren pointed toward the incoming Grims that were not far from them. The Nevermore was already firing feathers at them. Let's just take care of ourselves for now. The projectiles were impaling in the ground, some of them close to the group. When they were near a bridge, some of them were already hit Neo and Emerald, but the girls tried to get away from them. Unfortunately, Emerald lost her balance and fell to the side. She tried to catch Neo's hand, but it only made her fall as well. Thanks to their aura, neither of them got hurt. And it seems that luck is on their side. If they would have made just a few more steps, they would have had a much longer way down. You guys are okay? Asked Ruby. Yeah, go ahead. We will regroup with the other 2 and catch up with you. With Naruto and Mercury, they were trying to get closer to the others. But something caught their attention. Oh hell no, said Mercury while trees were pushed down in the distance. Don't tell me that that thing is still alive. To his displeasure, the gigantic ball of death was rolling in their direction. Naruto stopped in his track. How tough is its armor? Even if it is still alive, he can see from here that the explosion did a lot of damage to it. Even now when it's rolling, he could see black spots on it. Meaning that a lot of pieces from his armor were destroyed. Do you have any more of those magic pieces of paper on you? Nothing of that scale. He took the sword in his right hand and pulled the fan out with his left, but I have plenty of smaller ones that should do the trick now. Hope you got space for new playmates, they heard Emerald's voice from behind. She and Neo got next to the boys with their weapons drawn. Naruto smiled. If you can hit hard, you are more than welcome. When the Borbatusk was ready to flatten them, They dodged and got ready for action. Mercury and Emerald were already firing at it. When the it turned back to crash into Naruto and Neo, the girl caught his hand and used her semblance to make an image of them, while she pulled him aside. The image shattered and the beast unrolled. That's when Neo jumped on its head with her sword out of the umbrella. She plunged the blade in one of its eyes, destroying it. When it opened its mouth to shout in pain, Naruto used his fan again. Scroll of fire. In no time, the fire burned the inside of its mouth and throat. Emerald jumped on its back and slashed on the unarmored spots with her sickles. Mercury decided to give the Grim a piece of his mind and did an axe kick on its huge nose, closing its mouth. The Borbatusk wanted to roll again, but Naruto had other plans. He used his sword to hit it under the chin. However, that thing was not done yet. They made some space between them and the monster. "We have to hit it from below," said Emerald. "This thing won't go down otherwise." Naruto unrolled the scroll again. He aimed for the ground that was on the left of the Grim before it could recover from the last hit. The explosion was powerful enough to finally destroy one of its front leg. Mercury jumped toward its head and kicked it as hard as he could. He managed to break one of its tusks. As the beast started leaning to the right, Naruto yelled, "Scroll of Earth!" A small pillar of stone erupted from the ground and forced the beast to fall on its side. Neo and Emerald didn't waste any time and charged in. Neo used her sword to pierce through the creature's heart, while Emerald gave it an X-shaped slash on the stomach. With a final cry of pain, the Grim finally died. "Pant, it's over," asked Mercury. "Pant, yeah, I think it is," responded Naruto. "Did the others made it?" His answer came in the form of one Ruby Rose who was running on the side of the cliff with the blade of her scythe pressed against the neck of the Nevermore. When she reached the top, the Grim got beheaded. "There's your answer," said Emerald. In the background Neo pumped her fist in the air. "Well, that's a relief. Now if you excuse me, I have a fire to stop." "You go ahead, it won't take long." Neo got to his side and caught him by the hand. She was not going anywhere without him. "I will wait here," said Mercury while lying on his back. "I am beat." "Okay." Naruto and the silent girl left the other two alone. Emerald got next to the silver-haired boy and sat down. "So, did you had fun?" "To be honest, yeah. Have you seen that explosion?" "Everyone saw that explosion. Russell Thrush, Cardin Winchester, Dove Bronzewing, Skylark." The crowd clapped as pictures of them were shown on a holographic screen. "The four of you retrieved the Black Bishop pieces. From this day forward, you will work together as Team CRDL Cardinal." Led by Cardin Winchester, they left the stage, leaving space for John's group. John Arc, Lai Ren, Pira Nikos, so that's her name. "I still don't remember where I heard of her," thought Naruto. "Nora Valkyrie. The four of you retrieved the White Rook pieces. From this day forward, you will work together as Team JNPR, Juniper." Nora embraced Ren out of happiness, led by John Arc. Led by. He could not understand how is this possible. However, Pyrrha smiled knowing that this is the best choice. "Congratulations, young man," Ozpin praised him. It would have been a beautiful moment if Pyrrha wouldn't have punched him in the shoulder hard enough to make him fall. Which made it sad because she didn't put any force behind that hit. "I have to prepare a training schedule for him." Yup. This and more were Naruto's thoughts upon seeing this. Blake Belladonna, Ruby Rose, Weiss Schnee, Yang Xiaolong. The four of you retrieved the White Knight pieces. From this day forward, you will work together as Team RWBY, Ruby. Led by Ruby Rose. The last part surprised both Weiss and Ruby. Yang embraced her sister with all her might. "I am so proud of you." And finally, Team Ruby made space for the last group, Emerald, Sustre, Naruto Uzumaki, Mercury Black, Neapolitan Tricolor. The four of you retrieved the Black Knight pieces. From this day forward, you will work together as Team UNME Unmatched. Led by Naruto Uzumaki, the crowd clapped while the Mercury patted Naruto on the back. "Looks like things are shaping up to be an interesting year." Dorms hallways. 30 minutes later, the new formed teams were looking for their dorms. After a long day like that, there would be no better ways to spend your time than sleeping. Even if Naruto isn't as tired as the other, it is a good idea to rest while he can. Who would have thought? The universe hasn't messed me up for 2 days straight. Well, to meet Grimm in that forest was the whole point of the initiation. And the teachers didn't mind them at all. So that doesn't count as unthinkable revelation or unexpected adventure. This is kind of disappointing. The groups reached the doors that were assigned to them. Cool, our rooms are next to each other. Will be great, said RWBY excited. Yup, think about all the parties we can throw. We are going to be the most awesome dudes and chicks in the whole Beacon, declared Young with a large grin. Yeah, said Nora and John. Easy there, started Emerald. You don't want to wake up the entire school in the first day here. Yeah, this is more of a second week thing. And we need good music and fine drinks. Mercury bumped fists with Yang. Haha, I will note that on our agenda. If you excuse me, I am going to head out for a bit. I'll be back in no time, Naruto said while departing. If he still has time, he can as well work on a little something that has been undone for far too long. And there is the exit, right where Team CRDL is standing. It seems that he is going to hit 2 birds with 1 stone, peaceful school life. Here I come. He didn't even slow down. Hey there pal, said Cardin when he was close enough. Naruto still didn't slow down. I think we have something to talk about between 10 eyes. Russell and Dove got behind him, and me and the boys just happened to find a place with no cameras around. Care to come with us? How convenient, said the blonde boy. For me. Team UNME's dorm. Same time, Emerald was holding her digital scroll, ready to call Cinder. Mercury was standing at the door to make sure that their leader is returning yet. Clear, he closed the door. The dark-skinned girl tapped on the screen and the other 2 got next to her. Cinder, are you there? Yes, was from the other side. I assume that you successfully infiltrated Beacon. Were there any troubles? Did Ozpin or the other teachers suspected something? If they did, then they know how to hide it. For now I think that we are safe. Good. From now on I want you to report to me just when something important happen. Ozpin has eyes and ears everywhere. Do not make anything that will put in danger your cover. If you fail this mission, you will face punishment. With this the call ended. Well, at least she was in a good mood, said Mercury. Can't argue with that. So what's the plan? The plan is to not get caught. Yeah, but do we lay low? Do we make ourselves look like good guys? Which one do you think that is going to make us invisible to Ozpin's radar? She sighed. I don't know. I guess we just go with the flow. I am a thief, not a spy. Don't ask me. Before he could reply, the door opened to reveal Naruto. He had a pretty satisfied smile. He was even whistling a happy tune. Hey there, leader. You done with your secret affair? Not really, but I didn't waste time either. I am surprised that you are not sleeping yet. I thought that running through the whole forest will make you want to sleep like Buys. He looked around the room. Do you have enough energy left to decorate the place? Nope. I am going to change my clothes and turn down the system until morning. He picked out a change of clothes and went to the bathroom. Okay. He took off his jacket and put it on the bed. He searched through it and pulled a Japanese folding screen. You saw them in movies and animes. Those wooden things that characters dress behind, that he placed next to his bed. He searched again and pulled his night gear. The girls were looking with amazement. So, you have weapons of mass destruction, and everyday things in there. Oh no. I have weapons and everything that you could need for your everyday life in there. He left the folding screen there in case that somebody else wants to use it. Naruto lay down on the bed and covered himself with the blanket. Even so, he couldn't sleep. He was feeling watched. He opened his eyes. Neo was really close to him. Like inches close from his face. Her EYs pleaded for something. Do you want more ice cream? She beamed him a smile. Give me my jacket. He searched again and pulled out a tube of strawberry-flavored ice cream and a spoon. The multicolored girl didn't hesitate at all. How many of thighs do you have left? I know for sure that you and the other 3 girls eat 4 of them yesterday. About 10 more. Neo got a glint in her eyes. Want some? Emerald thought for a second. Do you have any with mint? A moment please. He searched again. Here you go. Thanks, she took the tube with a smile. Well, at least we know for sure that he is not stingy. Maybe he is not half bad. Still, too much of a goody two-shoes. Mercury got out of the bathroom, already planning to get the girls ice cream guy. He asked when he saw the girls eating. Who knows? Want some as well? No thanks. I am good. Goodnight. Wait, where did that came from? He pointed toward the folding screen. Jacket. Naruto closed his eyes again, just to feel watched again. Pened his eyes to see that Neo finished her tube. Oh boy. Next morning, Mercury opened his eyes and stretched his limbs. When he got off of his bed, he kicked something. Looking down, he was surprised to see 6 empty tubes of ice cream. Neo was still sleeping on her bed while hugging the 7th. Naruto and Emerald were already dressed in their uniforms. Well, Emerald was wearing it. Naruto had the pants and the dress shirt, but with his jacket unzipped instead of the blazer. Did she eat all that? He glanced at her face. Even in her sleep her happiness is clear. Where did it all go? She doesn't even look like her stomach hurts. Don't ask me. You know her for way more time than I do, said Naruto. Get dressed, Mercury. We have classes in less than an hour. Yeah. He got into the bathroom with his uniform in his right hand. Naruto tapped Neo on the should. Wakey. Eggs and bakey. No response. Neo. Nothing. Neo. Still nothing. Neapolitan tricolor. Wake up right now. Yet again nothing. Time for a new approach. Wake up or you will not get any ice cream from me again. That one got an immediate response. She woke up faster than he could blink. She pouted after realizing that he exploited her love for the cold desert and threw her pillow at him. Hey. It's not my fault that you wouldn't wake up. Her pout didn't stop. Okay. You can have the rest of the ice cream that I have during lunch. Happy. She smiled and nodded. Emerald face palmed after seeing how Neo was bought so easily. Is she a kid? Mercury got out of the bathroom. Do you think that we have enough time to get breakfast? Neo passed him. The cafeteria is in the way to the class. You better hurry though. I heard that most of the third-year students are already there at this time. They do start their classes around 10 or 11. Got it. See you in class. Naruto smiled softly. A normal morning. Can it be that the universe is finally going to let me live a normal life? Is this why I felt so attracted by this place? Yes. He wanted to cry out of happiness. Professor Port's class. He spoke too soon. Way too soon. He was feeling like crying right there. You may ask, why? First, all his friends were sighting around him. This isn't a bad thing on its own. The reason behind this is what made it sad for him. The moment when he sat down was also the moment when everyone near him got up and searched for another place. Thus, the one around him were the only ones left for his friends. Second, the rest were talking about him. All around him, he could hear people saying things like, isn't he the pyromaniac who set the forest on fire yesterday? Or, I heard that he made bombs out of paper sheets. I hope that he doesn't blow up the room with us inside. Or, it is even safe to stay near him. Neo saw that and tried to cheer him up with a couple of pats on the back. Ruby and Yang gave him a look full of sympathy. He said, this is my reputation now. It's okay. I had it worse in Konoha. I can handle this. He tried to man himself up. Who am I kidding? This is as bad as it was in Konoha. At least this time I know what I did to deserve this treatment, but it doesn't help. I have to come with an idea on how to get rid of this bad image. Fast. Professor Port continued his lesson, unaware of what is happening between students. The moral of this story. A true huntsman must be honorable. A true huntsman must be dependable. A true huntsman must be strategic, well-educated and wide. So, who among you believes themselves to be the embodiment of these traits? Weiss was ready to raise her hand. But Naruto was faster. He got an idea. This is it. Thank you, teach. Everyone is afraid of me because they think that I can't fight without destroying everything around me. I just have to show them that I can be quick and calm. I do. Look at me, everyone. Or you are going to miss it. Ahem. Port was looking uneasy. Well, young man, I heard about your performance yesterday. As impressed as I am. Your choice of weapons make it not safe for you to fight any foe in this class. Don't worry, teach. He was determined to do this. His school life depends on this moment. Aiju. T have to lay down the big guns. He reached in his jacket and pulled a sword. This one has a rectangular shaped blade that was pure white. The handle was splitting the blade in two halves. The corner W, air shaped to look like flames that are pointed upward. If that's the case, then who am I to oppose? Very well. Come here and face your enemy. He pointed toward a cage. Naruto didn't waste any second and jumped high in the air. He landed on his feet without troubles. Some of the students were impressed. Our protagonist pointed the sword toward the cage. On the sidelines, Team RWBY, Sans Weiss, and Nora were cheering for him while Neo held her fists in the air. Professor Port raised his battle axe in the air. All right. Let the match begin. He cut the lock that was holding the cage closed. Inside was a Borbatusk who charged almost instantly at him. He pumped chakra into the blade until the others could see a bluish glow coming from it. Some of the ones who were in the first row could hear what seemed to wind from his direction. With a precise swing, Naruto cut off its tusks that fell on the floor. That got a lot of raised eyebrows. Even if Borbatusks were not so powerful, their bony armor is something to behold. The beast recollected from his attack and charged again. This time, Naruto jumped over it. He swung his sword, creating a near-invisible arc of wind cut the Borbatusk in two. Everyone was speechless, even his team. Did he just controlled wind without dust? Asked Blake. Bravo. Bravo. It appears that we are indeed in the presence of a true huntsman in training. I have to say, your approach was very different in comparison with what we have seen during the initiation. I'm afraid that's all the time we have for today. Naruto sighed. Yes, I managed to dodge that bullet. The rumor will spread and I will just have to wait until I can impress them again. Just you wait, Beacon. Ha ha ha. With Ozpin. During launch, the headmaster was sipping out of his cup while waiting for an airship to arrive. 3 months ago, the continent that could as well be a legend to them sent an ambassador to ask for an alliance with the kingdoms. That person came from what they learned to be the Fire Country. Now they try to forge a bond between the two different worlds. Right now, one of their best ambassadors was sent on the Elemental nation, while the 5 great countries send one each. Right now the one from Konoha is coming to visit Beacon. The words about their institutions for training huntsmen and huntresses raised a lot of question from them. And here they are. The bullhead just arrived and 5 people stepped out. 4 of them were masked individuals that wear some kind of light armor. Ozpin's first thought was that they were some kind of special force. The 5th one was an elderly man with bandages on the right side of his face and a cane. It is a pleasure to have you here, said the headmaster. The pleasure is mine. You can call me Danzo. Well then, Danzo, as happy as I am to hear that our continents are trying to make peace, I have to satisfy my own curiosity. Why the interest in our schools for warriors? There wasn't any hostility in his voice. To be fair, I am not. However, the leaders of our countries, the daimyos not the cage, see this as a way to strengthen the peace within our lands. I for one believe that a country should train its own soldiers. I understand your point and also disagree with it, but there is no need to talk about this. I think that there are new students that need to be shown the way around. Indeed. Oh, out of the same airship came 5 more people. The oldest was beautiful woman. She had long, black curly hair and ruby red eyes. She was dressed with what looks to be a dress made out of bandages with one red sleeve on the left side. The second figure was blue-eyed girl with white pearl pupils. She was wearing a thick jacket and dark blue pants. She had metal-plated bandana hanging around her neck. Third one was brunette boy with purple fang tattoos on his face. His pants and jacket were black and on his forehead was a bandana with dark clothes. Next to him was a big white dog. Despite his size, the canine seemed friendly. The third one was a dark-haired boy. He was dressed with a gray hoodie and black pants. His eyes were covered a pair of goggles. He also had a bandana around his head. The last one was very pale boy. He had black hair and eyes. His clothes were also black and his jacket left his stomach exposed. Why Kishimoto? On his back were a short sword and a scroll. With Team UNME, RWBY and JNPR. Same time. The 12 teens were heading toward the cafeteria. Neo was flowing happiness at the thought of eating ice cream again while RWBY was asking question after question about Naruto's weapons. Where did you get the sword that you used yesterday? Naruto was smiling at the youngest member of the group. Well, it is a pretty long story that I would rather tell it much later. But I am going to say this. I didn't get it for free. Okay. What about the fan or the sword that you used today? I found them, he said shortly. The others stopped in their track and turned their heads toward him. What? He asked. You have found weapons of mass destruction. Like finding a lost dog. Blake raised an eyebrow. Yup. Those were in shrine that I found by mistake. John thought about his weapon. The jealousy was kicking in again. Awesome. Though the sword from yesterday is way cooler. This one was kind of basic. The 7 stars sword alone. Yes. Along with the other 2 pieces of the set. Not at all. They reached the entrance in the cafeteria. Opening the door, he saw a large number of students already sighting and chattering. He first thought was that there are no more tables left, but there was. That was guarded by Team CRDL. Going there was the last thing he wanted right now, for a very good reason. Guys, you know what? What if we go and have lunch somewhere nice? You know, to celebrate. I know a restaurant that has the best spicy food in the entire country. Well, at least from what I tasted. What are you talking about? Weiss put her hands on her hips. We can't go to Vale. There are no bullheads that go toward it until weekend. I have my ways. Believe me, we are going to be there faster than you can get food from here. Don't know. Start. John. I heard that they have some awesome lasagna here. Hope that they have some left. We have a superstar with us. Yang pointed toward Pyrrha. I am sure that they would give us a low price at T's restaurant that he is talking about. She was not as interested in the food as she was about how can he go to Vale in such a short time. She guessed that he was bluffing, but who knows? She met him less than 2 days ago and she already saw a lot of insane stuffs coming from him. I don't like spicy food, said RWBY. Sweets for life. I don't feel comfortable using my fame to get such things, Pyrrha. Emerald crossed her arms before her chest. The food here is free. There is no price that can beat this. Mercury just shrugged his shoulder. Nothing special about the food here. And I like spicy food. Let's just put it to a vote, proposed Naruto. I think we already did, pointed out Blake. The majority spoke. We are eating here. Okay. So, you don't want spicy food. What about a fancy seafood restaurant near the center of the city? They are known for their unique recipes. Blake perked out. Fish. That sounds like a good plan for a quiet afternoon. She tried to remain calm. What? Weiss was surprised by her change of mind. Second to that, said Yang. Third, said Mercury. No, stop this. What's wrong with you? The white-haired girl pointed toward Naruto. Me. There is nothing wrong with me. Where did you got that idea? He was hiding something. They could tell. What did you do? Weiss. I am hurt. You know me for less than 2 days and you are already incriminating me of some goddamn. They saw me. They looked toward the empty table. Cardin and his goons were coming in their direction. What? Are they bullying you? Asked Mercury. Wimp. Go ahead guys. I am not that hungry. I am going to leave now. Before he could make a single step, Yang caught his arm. You are not going to go anywhere. You are going to stay here and hold your boss. Her words died in her mouth. What now? The 4 wannabe bullies were standing in front of Naruto with fear in their eyes. Boss, we saved you some spots, said Cardin while his hands were trembling as he pointed toward the empty tables. Yeah, good job Cardin. He tried his best to smile. He forgot that he made Cardin and his team his errand boys last night. He did tell RWBY that what happened before the initiation will never happen again. But he did this to them before finding out that the other students see him as a possible psycho. He went overboard. Screw you Karma. How am I the one affected when they started it? As he and the other headed toward their reserved places, the other started to whisper. Hey, is the guy who punched him before, said a first-year student. Poor dudes. They fucked with the wrong guy. Dude, he has to be a bully. Just look how scared of him are those punks, said a second year. Scary. I heard that that boy was the one who erased an entire chunk of the Emerald Forest, said a third year. For the first time in his life, Naruto understood the meaning of walk of shame. They finally arrived and sat down. After that, Team CRDL ran to bring food for their boss and his friends. It was quiet. "Sue," started John, "what did we miss?" "The end of my social life." His eyes were dead. Right. There were different reactions to what was happening. Nora was her usual self. Yang was a bit angry because the insane stuffs aren't over yet. There is a limit of how much can she endure all this. Mercury and Emerald were looking at him with raised eyebrows. Okay, not a wimp. They had no idea that he got it into him. John, Pyrrha and Ren tried to ignore this. Ruby didn't know what to do. Apparently one of her new friends turns out to be a bully. Blake buried her nose into a book. Weiss was looking at him like he had something to explain to her. Neo was just sitting next to him, waiting for something. The whole thing didn't make her feel anything. The boring boy and his team became her partner's labor slaves. End of the story. She doesn't understand the commotion. Though, it would be funny to see them tremble like little puppies every time Naruto enters the room. And maybe borrow one of them so he can make her homework. She has to talk with him about this later. Are you not going to explain what is this about at all? Weiss lost her patience. Naruto sighed. He was not in the mood. Meet them last night. They wanted to fight with me. I taught them a lesson. End of the story. Okay. Yang tried to loosen up the atmosphere. How about we talk about something else? Good idea. Her sister agreed. How long have you been on our continent? A little over a year now. Team CRDL arrived with some trails of food. Each of them brought 3 trails so they could serve all of them at once. Once everyone got one, the boys left. Yang had curious look on her face. Last time when we asked about Elemental Nation you couldn't describe all of it. What about your home? Where were you born? Naruto managed somehow to not get saddened by this question. It is a beautiful place. It's called Konohagakure. Is one of the 5 great villages with the strongest military force. Its name would be translated as the village hidden in the leaves. Is in the fire country, in the middle of a large forest. And when I say large I mean hundreds of kilometers of forest. The whole village was built in the shadow of a mountain. They later used it to carve the heads of its leaders on it. Right now there are 4 colossal heads overlooking every person. They say that even after death they will protect the village. Wow, was collective response of the group. That sounds like an honorable way of maintaining their memory, said Ren, but I heard that this countries have kings. How come that this villages have their own leaders even if they are part of the country? Well, this has a lot of history behind it. To keep it short, this villages represent the main military force of the country. They are their most powerful weapon against the enemies. To make sure that they remain like this, there must be a leader who has a past as a warrior. A leader that can only make the army stronger with his decisions. They are the cages. They have full control over what happens inside the village and over its army. However, in a way, they are still working for daimyos or, how you called them, kings. How strong is a cage? Asked Pyrrha. They have to be powerful to have influence of such degree. Well, he thought on how to explain their level of power. I haven't met all of them. But one cage would be as powerful as, let's say, 100 of Huntsmen and Huntresses, that left them with their jaws hanging. Even Neo. You must be joking. John didn't want to believe that this is true. I am not. Look, I am not implying that you are weak or anything. One huntsman is as powerful as a Chunin or Jonin or even Anbu, which are the highest level of power for any soldiers in our armies. However, a cage is not a joke. Those who hold that title can no longer be considered humans in terms of strength. They are way beyond. Believe me, I saw 2 of them in action. That is not something you want to fight against. Hey hee hee, good thing that we are all in friendly terms, isn't it? Yang tried to joke. The silence took over again. So you met 2 of them. How are they? Asked Emerald. 3 actually. Don't think of them as demons. Without their power they are like any other person. They have families and loved ones. All the good stuff. Just don't piss them off. They can be scary as all hell. Especially the Mizukage. That woman needs a husband. Only if that would be the problem. I don't like to gossip, but she is getting really angry every time someone mentions anything that can be related to marriage. Even so, I don't understand why didn't anyone ask for her hand yet. That woman looks gorgeous. Noted that. Got to say, beautiful and strong. Seems like one hell of a chick. Mercury, do you ever get your head out of the gutter? Just when I have to. Why, everyone could tell that he was messing with Emerald. Neo tugged Naruto's sleeve. What? Oh right. I said that I am going to give you the rest of the ice cream. He reached in his jacket. Can I have some? Asked RWBY with hope. Sorry. I promised that I will give all that is left to her. He pulled out the tubes that he pushed in front of Neo. RWBY was pleading with her eyes for Neo to give her some. Neo didn't even look at her. The 15 years old had a look of defeat on her face. Why Neo? I thought we are friends. Emerald was giving Neo a strange look. Girl, I know that is not like me to say this, but you have to take more care of yourself. You ate 7 of those last night. I don't have to be a medic to know that that is not healthy. Neo glanced at her and at her food. The ice cream wins. A good thing that I don't have any left, said Naruto. Now that the classes are over, what are you going to do? Asked Yang. Just some studying for now, said John. I guess we can finish unpacking and decorating the room, said Mercury. I have to do something before that, again, asked Emerald. Hey, I had to deal with Cardin and his team last night, so I haven't done any progress. Don't blame me, blame them. He stood up and walked toward the entrance. 3 hours later, Team UNME's dorm. The 3 villains finished unpacking their things. They made sure to let some space for their leader, but they have a problem. No matter how you turn them, there is just not enough space for all the beds. It's too cramped. Maybe we should wait for Naruto, said the gray-haired teen. I am 100% sure that he has some kind of magic solution for this. I doubt that he has the ants are for every and each one of humanity's problem. There is not enough space in here for all our things and 4 beds. There is just one rational solution. Get rid of some of our things. Naruto entered the room. He had a downcast expression. Hey Naruto, do you have anything that can make the chamber bigger? Huh, he glanced at his teammate. The room is too small for the beds and our things to fit in the same time. Do you have anything that can help? Why don't we make bunk beds of this ones? I would rather not sleep in an improvised bunk bed, thank you very much, said Emerald. Come on Blondie, you don't have anything more impressive than that. Well, I could put some seals on the door and make it lead toward a pocket dimension in which we can move everything. The other gave him a strange look. What, you can make that? Yeah, where do you think I keep all the things that I pull out my jacket? That's a pocket dimension. I thought that on the other side is a storeroom or your house. Nope. Sue want me to do it. The 3 members of the team gave each other a look. Are you done yet? Mercury, for the 5th goddamn time. I will tell that I am done when it will be done. I thought that magic is supposed to be easy and quick, for the last time. This is not magic. Okay, sheesh. In Team's UNME dorm, Mercury was standing next to Naruto as he painted strange symbols on the door frame. Emerald and Neo were sitting on the beds that were cramped in the middle of the room. Suddenly a couple of knocks were heard from the other side of the door. Are you there guys? It was RWBY and, by the sound of it, the rest of her team and Team JNPR. Yeah, what's the matter? Said Emerald. We are bored so we decided to drop by. Can we enter? Can they? She asked Naruto. Sure, why not? He opened the door. Wua and I thought that my room back home was messy, said Yang after seeing the state of their rooms. We are working on it, said Mercury. What are you guys doing? John was unsure if it is a good idea to enter here. It should be better if he invites the rest into their room. Well, we were talking about what to do to fit both our things and the beds inside. After that, Naruto came back from God knows where he went and got this awesome idea. Right now he is working on a pocket dimension where we can move everything. Snap, that was the sound of Mercury's scroll taking a picture of their stunned faces. Neither he could believe that they are going through with Naruto's idea. I would appreciate if you will either enter or let me close the door. I want to finish before it gets too late. Oh, I enter. I want to see this one, said Yang. Me too, declared RWBY. Me and Rennie too. In the end, all of them entered waiting for a huge ritual or magic circles to happen. They were disappointed to see Naruto painting the door frame with slow motions. Is he going to start soon? Naruto gained a tick mark after hearing John's remark. Boring. Another one. Why does it take so much? Did he lost his magic? Another one. Just how is that supposed to work? That should not be possible. If you can teleport things in it look like you pulled them out of your jacket doesn't mean that you can bend space too. Do you want to do it in my place? Silence. That's what I thought. He got back to work. One more stroke. Second. Third. Done. You have to be joking, said Weiss. Naruto opened the door. It did not lead toward the hallway. That door is now leading toward an empty, white space that seems to go on and on. They were left slack-jawed. For a good reason. RWBY's first reaction was to take a run for it and enter the new dimension. Yang, you should see this. She yelled from inside. Wait up, RWBY. Yang followed her sister. Naruto waited for everybody to get inside before entering himself, closing the door behind. This is insane, said John with awe. I have to agree. However, is there going to be anything here that is not white space? Pyrrha was very impressed, but this place is as plain as it is big. Don't worry. Naruto extended his hand. In no time the ground became a grassy field while the ceiling, a clear sky. There was even a sun. Www. How is this possible? Weiss could not believe any of this. What is this person? Neat, isn't it? It took me years to make this real. I nearly lost my head while testing one of the first prototypes. What else can you do? RWBY was seriously thinking about asking Naruto if she can move here. The other had similar thoughts. Well, there is not much that I can change about the dimension itself. Sure, I can change the environment and even make solid, soundproof walls out of nothing. However, the things here don't interact well with some of the stuff that are real. Like, there's no electricity here unless I bring a generator, and if you need to go to the bathroom you better get out of here and then do it. Believe me, I tried. You are done and dematerialize the bathroom that you used here. What you got out of your body stays there. And I think that I don't have to point this out, but there is no signal or internet here. Just now realized that they lost interest quickly after hearing his explanation. RWBY and Pyrrha were still smiling, but he could tell that it was out of courtesy. RWBY regained her smile after an idea to her mind. Oh, can we spawn Grims here? Like a VR game. That got some of interest back. Naruto smiled. Funny that you ask. This is actually what I am working on. I tried to read about Grims in the library and see if I can understand how they work. This way I could recreate them and make this place the perfect training ground for a huntsman in training. This is how far I got with it. Another hand gesture, a Beowulf appeared. It was a perfect replica, but they could tell that it was just a fake. It was like looking at an NPC, non-player character, from a video game. It was there. It was moving slightly. Yang tried to touch it and it started to glitch. Okay. That's somehow more scary than the real deal. Don't worry. One more week and they will attack any human or faunus in sight. Weiss got a closer look at the Beowulf. This is, actually, an amazing idea. With this, students could train better with zero chance of getting injured. I am here to help. However, don't think that I am going to make one for every and each person who asks. The warriors of justice are not the only ones that can improve themselves. I am thinking about making one for every one of the 4 academies. And by making one for each of them, you mean selling? Asked Emerald. She was impressed by all this, but it's going to be there. Future enemies that are going to get stronger from using it. She has to find a way to inform Cinder about this and get rid of the whole project. Hey, I am one of the good guys. I want to help the kingdoms to get rid of the Grims. However, charity is not going to fill my belly nor get me material for my next projects. That's an understandment, said Blake. Well, this all good, but I'd rather go with your bunk beds plan. Now that I am here, it looks way too big for a 4-person team, said Mercury. What about 2? Asked RWBY. Make it 3. This place looks awesome. John was really impressed by the real virtual reality. Neo tugged on Naruto's sleeve. What it is, Neo? She held 4 fingers out. 4 teams, she nodded. Which is the fourth one? She pointed toward her neck like there was a collar around it. Dogs. She made an X with her hands. Naruto thought for a few seconds. Slaves. She nodded. What slaves? There are no slaves in Beacon. Yang gained a huge smile. Don't know about that. Cardin and his team seemed pretty obedient back there. I don't have slaves. They are just unpaid errand boys. He tried to defend himself. The other gave him questioning looks. While we are that, started Weiss, what in Dust's name did you do to them? They were looking at you like you were the king of all Grimms. We just talked. Well, I did the talking. He gained a scary glint in his eyes. They did the whimpering. His tone made the other shiver. Sans Neo. She got a bit hot under the collar. Oh, would you look at the time? It's getting late. Maybe we should get back to Beacon. Or does this still counts as inside? Beacon. John didn't know how this things work. Sue him. He never went to another dimension. Not really. The door is there. Go ahead. I need 5 minutes to finish something. After that, I will bring some nails, wooden hammers and make those bunk beds. PHH. Why bother with those? We managed to make them just with some ropes and books, said RWBY, proud of their work. Naruto gave her a deadpan look. I will this. It your room as well. He doesn't want his new friends to die in a horrific, and maybe somehow funny, accident. Next day, Dr. Ublek's class. Naruto was sitting in the middle of the class. Like yesterday, his friends were around him. But today Team CRDL was standing behind them like guard dogs. The teacher was talking really fast, most likely due to how much coffee he drinks, so he had to pay attention to understand what is he saying. Class, please pay attention. As you know, from the first moments of life of this world, Remnant had a neighboring continent. The two of us never shared anything beside the knowledge of each other's existence. But this is going to change. Ladies and gentlemen, we are stepping in a new era. His tone changed. The amount of passion in his voice increased. However, he was more serious than ever. We are the beginning of a new world. One where we will be closer to peace. I am honored to present you your new classmates for the next couples of weeks. When he finished talking, the door opened. 5 figures entered the room. Naruto narrowed his eyes. They all got in front of the class. Ublek started talking again. These people, along with other that were sent to the other academies, came here to forge the first bonds between our continents. Without further ads, let's meet your new classmates. 4 of them were wearing the standard uniforms. The first one to step in front was a feral-looking teen that had a large dog beside. Name's Kiba Inuzuka and this my partner Akamaru. He pointed toward his companion who barked. Next was a shy-looking girl. I am Hinata Hyuga. Pleased to meet you, she somehow managed to say without stuttering. Next was a pale boy. His creepy smile made the uncomfortable. My name is Sai. The last boy had a pair of goggles. My name is Shino Aburame. I hope that we could reach friendly terms. He sounded both polite and emotionless in the same time. The woman who came with them had a smile on her lips. I'm Kurenai Yuhi. I am here as an assistant for Dr. Ublek during your history classes. Exactly, pointed out the green-haired man. From now on we will study both the history of Remnant and Elemental Nation. I know some of you might enjoy having to study something that you have never encountered until today. Both I and the principal need to apologize the sudden increase of information that you need to learn to pass this class. But you have to understand how important is this. Our first lesson will be the wars that occurred between the kingdoms and the shinobi wars from Elemental Nation. Please everyone, take a sit. The new students sat in the front row. Kurenai glanced at the students until her gaze fell on Naruto. She was surprised to see him here out of all the possible places. Kiba saw the change on his sensei's face, so he turned his head toward the back of the class. His eyes widened as well. Naruto didn't like it, not one bit. He had enough of Danzo yesterday when he came from the library. This is the last thing he needed. The lesson started, but his mind flashed back at his encounter yesterday. Exit from the library. Naruto could say that for once it was worth to go to the library. He Is lucky that there are some people who actually studied Grimm's and their anatomy before. With this he could finish his project. He prepared to go back to his team's dorm. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was watched. He glanced around and saw a member of Anbu. He frowned. They are really going to follow him even here. Before he could reach for his weapon, the Anbu spoke. Naruto Uzumaki. Danzo-sama wishes to talk with you. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Really now? And what if I don't want to meet with him? That wasn't a request. It was an order. He clicked his tongue. Of course they demand things from him. This is what the civilian council always thought about him. He is to be an obedient dog who takes punishment for something he never done today and brings a bone made out of gold tomorrow. It was like this since old man Hiruzen found out that as a prodigy in Fuinjutsu, I don't care what his orders are. He doesn't have any power over me. Neither does your council. I am no longer an inhabitant of Konoha. The Anbu was getting angry. He hates the Kyuubi brat with passion. If it wasn't for cameras around the campus, he would have already attacked. Get rid of him once and for all. He turned tail and left. Naruto started to walk toward the dorms. He was close to the door, when a voice was heard from behind him. I was expecting this response, said Danzo, who came out fr. Own the shadow, but I hope that for once you will do what you were born for. Obey your betters. Go to hell, old man. I am sick of you and your village. If any of you wants anything from me, this is my one and only answer. No. Danzo gave him an annoyed glare. It seems that the years away didn't make you any wiser. Come with me. It would be better for both of us if our discussion will not be heard by every student. Naruto rolled his eyes. It's true that getting into a fight with an ambassador is the last thing he needs right now. He already has a bad reputation. He sighed and followed while looking around for ambience and security cameras. They don't have to hear their conversation, but it would be ideal for their meeting to be on tape. He finally stopped when they reached a statue of two warriors. Where the four Anbu were staying. I will keep this short. Naruto Uzumaki, you have to die. Naruto didn't wait any moment and got a grip on Shibuki's handle. Is that a threat? Screw Beacon and international relationships. If Danzo or his guards do as much as to even make another step toward him, he will strike first. Even if he has to die, the old war hawk will follow him soon after. No, I don't have to move a single finger for that to happen. There are already plenty who would kill you with pleasure. I want to tell you this. Go confront them. Go fight the enemies that you made so far in your life. And take as many as you want with you in the grave. This is your last chance to die with honor. Because if you live longer than your usefulness first lasts, I will make sure that everyone will remember you as the beast that you always were. Do you really think that you can scare me? Please, even if I die by someone's hand, I will make sure that Konoha will take a powerful blow. The only thing that keeps me from doing it right now is the fact that I owe old man Hiruzen too much. Pray and beg that he will live to lead the village for a long time. There was silence. You are Maki. A great mistake, Uzumaki. My life is full of mistakes. I always deal with them. Danzo and his guards left. There is going to be a war. Naruto knew it. A war between him and Danzo. He can bring his army, but he was an Uzumaki. Numbers never mattered for them. As long as he could move one muscle, the old man won't win. Back to the present. Naruto was brought back to reality by Oobleck's voice. This is all for today, class. Until next time, I want every of you to read about the following of the First Shinobi War and how it resembles the ancient wars. You are dismissed. Everybody got up from their seats and headed toward the doors. He could hear some grumbles about useless stuffs that they have to learn, but he couldn't care less. His main priority was the new students. 3 of them are from clans. The Hyuga girl doesn't have the caged bird curse seal. She must be from the main branch. The leaders of their clans were on my side during the meeting back then, but this doesn't mean that I can trust them yet. God damn it. Why does this have to happen? And what is up with the 4th one? He gives me bad vibes. Hey, Naruto, you okay? You spaced out a lot during the class. RWBY was concerned by his behavior. Oh, I know. What if we meet with the new guys? It might cheer you up. You know, talking with someone from back home. RWBY, Just because we are from the same country doesn't mean that felt home there. Oh, wait, they're from Konoha. Konoha. Yes, they are from there. Mercury decided to interfere in their talk. What did you do? You sound like they don't like you much. Well, I was never a good person in their eyes. And it doesn't help that I did a lot of pranks in my time there. Like, he smiled. Remember the monument that I talked about? Yeah, I have drawn doodles all over it in broad daylight when I was 5. Ruby and Mercury remained quiet for a couple of seconds. Then, they started to giggle, followed by a full-blown laughter after. Imagining 4 gigantic heads made out of stone while covered childish doodles. What's with them? Asked Emerald. Just told them a story from my youth, said Naruto while trying to make himself sound a bit older for the fun of it. Okay then, watch your back, Gramps. Fa ha ha ha. Will do, Missy. Will do. Now let's go and see good old Port. He tried his best to sound like an old man. Stop that voice. Later, Naruto and his friends just finished their last class for today. The team that came from Konoha didn't approach him yet. This was a good thing for him. He doesn't know what to do now. Not that he got a lot of choices. He can either work on his project or good around with his friends. Usually he would choose the latter. Without a question, but finishing his project means 100 more ways that he can train. He would probably do that. Hey, Naruto, said John. Yes, sorry if it sounds like I am trying to use you, but can you help us understand what is up with this shinobi wars? Since you are, from there. I just glanced in the book and the first thing I saw were names that I don't believe that I can pronounce. Why not? Most of them are stuffs that I already know anyway. It seems that he has a new choice. Nice. You there. He heard from behind. Naruto turned around to see who yelled. The boy with the dog was looking straight at him. Wait a moment. His shouts got a lot of attention from the other students. His friends stopped to see what was happening. Yang approached her fellow blonde. What's his business? Don't know. Or at least I hope that it isn't what I think it is. Kiba and his team got next them. The brown-haired boy was looking straight at Naruto. You are Uzumaki Naruto, aren't you? He expected nothing less. He didn't lie about his reputation. Is hard to believe that someone wouldn't recognize him. Yes. Is there any problem? He tried to not sound menacing or anything. What happened next surprised everyone. Awesome. Kaiba had face-splitting grin on his face. Akamaru barked with excitement. What? Naruto expected more aggression toward him. Shino was a bit embarrassed by his teammates' behavior. I am sorry for his outburst. However, I, too, am happy to be in the presence of an accomplished shinobi such as yourself. He extended his right hand. Naruto accepted the handshake. It seems that they heard the good things about him. He didn't expect that from a Konoha shinobi. I am pleased to meet you. Kiba took out an electronic scroll. Can we take a picture? Okay, cool. Hey you. He pointed toward Pyrrha. Sorry, can you take the picture? Pyrrha didn't know how to react to this. She was always on the other side of the camera. She took the device in her hands and prepared for them to prepare the pose. Kiba got on Naruto's left side while dragging Hinata with him. Shino and Sai were standing on the right side. Akamaru was in front of the blonde Snap. All this time the other students were stunned. That boy just made the Pyrrha. Nico's take a picture of them and the school bully. WTF. Weiss was not going to stay quiet at this one. She stomped her way toward the brown-haired boy who was now taking back his scroll. You. She pointed her finger at him even if she was right next to him. Ruby used Yang and Blake as human shields to hide herself. She had to deal with this 3 times already. She is not going to get tangled in this one. Me? Asked the boy, unsure on what did he do to make this chick angry. Do you even know who you just talked with? And more important, who did you just pushed aside so you can have a picture with? Him. She pointed toward Naruto. Love you too, Ice Queen. Really? Kiba raised an eyebrow at this. Did she just ask him that before talking like that with the Naruto Uzumaki? Let me enlighten you. This is Pyrrha, 4-time winner of the Mistral Regional Tournament. She has the title of the Invisible Girl. Hello. Pyrrha waved to them. They just blinked. There was no reaction. Her face is on every Pumpkin Pete's cereal box. Oh, so she is like a superstar. Kaiba smiled a bit. No other reaction. Are you kidding me? This is all you have to say. Well, I think that this is a great accomplishment, said Hinata. Beacon does indeed hold its reputation with this kind of students, said Shino. Yeah, is cool and all. However, do you know who you just talked with? She crossed her hands. Impress me. Naruto face-palmed. He didn't say anything about what kind of reputation he had back in Elemental Nation for a reason. He was sick-tired of all the recruiting offers he got from countries and rich people. If that comes back to light in public, he can kiss goodbye any chances left for him to have a normal school life. Please someone stop him. If I do it, the others will grow more curious. For once in his life, his prayers were heard. Mrs. Glinda was coming toward them with a serious look on her face. Teammate and Naruto. Uzumaki. Ozpin wishes to speak with you. Now. Thank you. I owe you big time, Mrs. Goodwitch. I guess that I will see you later. I hope that is not about the chunk of forest destroyed by me, he said while waving goodbye at them. Teammate followed after him. They have seen the headmaster yesterday. But they had other interaction with him since Glinda was the one who presented them the campus. What could he want from them? Ozpin's office. The 5 teens were waiting for the headmaster to start talking. However, he pressed a button on his desk that created a holographic screen. The image shown by it was something that Naruto was already very familiar with. Old man, said the blonde with a grin. The image of the smiling third Hokage was clear to everyone. It's good to see you again, my boy. I guess that I was summoned here by you, haven't I? Exactly, Mr. Uzumaki. Started Ozpin. Lord Hiruzen and I talked for a bit regarding a problem of Elemental Nation. He insisted that you and Team 8 can solve it. Hiruzen gained a serious look. Yes, we are dealing with a troubling matter. As you may already heard, Remnant and Elemental Nation made the travel to and from one another more accessible for the people. I am ashamed to say that this already brought troubles. Naruto and the rest gained a general idea of what happened. Somebody not so friendly came to Remnant. More people than we would like. All of them are part of an unnamed criminal group and scattered through all Remnant. What do they want is uncertain. Our trash is there. We must be the ones to clean it. If one of our first contacts with Remnant will be a mass murder or illegal activity, our relationship will be unstable for a long time. Ozpin is going to help us to keep this away from the eyes and ears of the public. Naruto raised one hand. Wait. I am glad that I had the chance to hear you, old man. I am. However, I don't get orders from Konoha. You already have 4 Anbu, Danzo Shimura, Jonin Kurenai Yuhi and 4 Genins armed and ready right here, right now. Why do I get to be here in the first place? They could handle the situation just fine. The old Hokage sighed. He could not blame the boy for hating Konoha. He should be thankful that he hasn't left room yet. This is not an order from me. The 5 Kages decided that every shinobi on Remnant has to do everything in his power to stop them. I know that. I ask a lot from you. I want you to help us as a mercenary, not as a soldier. Danzo and his guards need to attend to a meeting in Atlas tomorrow and his absence will raise questions. Team 8 will go to Vale tonight. If you wish to accept my request, then go with them. Naruto pondered for a second. Without Danzo there, the Genins might have some troubles. As much as he hates the old fossil, he can't deny his strength. Okay, you won this one. I will go, and I will not chaw. RGEU. Sarutobi smiled, just because I owe you. Don't get any idea, this is more than I could ask for. I wish you all the best of luck. With this, the call ended. Naruto's first thought was that the old man was in a hurry to get back to his paperwork. Those seemed to never end for him. Ozpin took a sip from his coffee before speaking to them. I wish that I could send more reinforcement with you. I truly do. However, this operation needs the utmost amount of discretion. The number of people who will know about this is reduced to higher officers of the police, representatives of the army and the council. The police and our huntsmen will do come in your help once the events will no longer endanger the peace between Remnant and Elemental Nation or if things get out of hand. If that happens, you have to call once it is possible so we can know how and where to send our men. I will keep that in mind. Although, I have to ask, how do you expect us to find them? There are less than a dozen shinobis in each kingdom. There are rumors in the less decent places about a group of people that allied itself with the White Fang. This will be your starting point. We have investigations running in secret. We will inform you once we get the info. And don't worry, you all will be excused from classes until this is over. Can I tell my team anything about this? He was their teammate for less than a week and he already left to do some secret business. Twice. He had to tell them something this time, otherwise they are going to think that he is a douchebag who does whatever the hell he wants without caring about his team. Lying isn't an option. That might bite him in the backside in the long run. I would appreciate if you will not reveal too much. Deal. Now, if you excuse me, I have to announce them that I will be missing for a couple of days. He headed toward the door with teammate behind him. There is no reason for them to stay any longer. As soon as they left, Ozpin turned his attention toward Glinda. Did you manage to gather the information that I asked for? Yes, and I have to say that I am most impressed. It seems that Mr. Uzumaki is more than we ever thought. If even half of the rumors about him are true, he may as well be on par with Kiro. Or even better than that. Do you really think that is a good idea to keep him here? Among the students, Ozpin took another sip, unfazed by the revelation brought by Glinda. He made a lot of efforts to lay low since he came to Remnant. I admit, I can't say that trust him yet. However, I don't see him as a possible threat. No criminal would deserve the words that Lord Hiruzen said about him. Mr. Uzumaki may be exactly what we need right now. Only time could tell us what role will he have in this game of death that we play. The blonde woman remained silent. She hoped that the future will not be as dark as Ozpin thinks. Team UNME's dorm. Mercury was doing push-ups while Emerald was studying about something that he couldn't care less about. Neo was nowhere to be seen. She left the group not long after Naruto and teammate went with Goodwitch. The door opened and Naruto entered. Where's Neo? Asked him. Don't know. The other boy raised himself from the ground. What happened? Already in trouble? Asked Emerald with a hint of amusement in her voice. Not really. However, I will be gone for a couple of days. I don't know exactly how long. Mercury raised an eyebrow. Skipping classes already. It hasn't been even a week since school started. Har har har. Very good joke. No, I'm not trying to skip classes. I have to go do some errands for an old friend whom I owe a lot. The principal knows what it is all about and arranged a fly for me tonight. I just wanted you to know this. Just an errand. Sounds kind of important if Ozpin is willing to help you get there. Emerald sensed that there is something more to it. What can I say? I have friends in high places back in Elemental Nation. Anyway, please tell this to the others as well. I have to prepare some things for the road. The two undercover villains were kind of suspicious. There is something happening and their happy-go-lucky leader is not telling them anything. Either there is really something unimportant or he is not allowed to speak about it. And where is Neo? Does everyone, except for them, has to go missing on regular basis? Naruto was waiting for the bullhead to reach Vale. Hinata, Shino, Kiba were talking between each other about some common stuff, like their families and what could the criminals that they are searching for want. Sai was just standing there, like a robot that doesn't have a command to follow. It was nerve-wracking for our protagonist. What's the deal with this, guys? Just what did they heard about me back in Konoha? It's hard to believe that the civilians didn't start yelling about my status as a Jinchuriki as soon as I left. They most likely threw a huge party in the moment when I left the village. Are they trying to fool me? Hey, Kiba tried to get his attention. What is it? Don't take it as an offense, but I want to ask you something. Is it okay for you to be on the battlefield? There are some nasty rumors going around about what happened to you. Which rumors exactly? This was a genuine question. If he would have a penny for each thing said about him in Elemental Nation, he would be the richest person alive. You know, in Kiri. Oh, those rumors. He crossed his arms. Don't worry about those. I am healthy enough to carry my own battles. Kiba gained a confused look. I find that hard to belie. If even half of what is said is true. That's also what the doctor said after seeing me walking just fine. It just took me a couple of weeks to recover, said Naruto with a smug smile. That was one funny reaction coming from a professional person. Excuse me, said Hinata. There is also a question that has been bothering me for a while. She tried to find the right words. Can you tell us why did you left Konoha? Shino and Kiba were interested too. Naruto sighed. Just so you know, you are asking some rather personal questions. Hinata blushed. I am sorry. It's fine. I will make a deal with you. I will answer your question if you all answer some of my own. How about this? As long as you don't ask things that are not too personal or close to Konoha's secrets, I don't see any problem, said Shino with his other teammates agreeing. He gained a serious look. Well then, what did you hear about me? What else? I said it already. We know that you are a he, not those rumors. What did the villagers told you about me? Hinata was the first to talk. I am sorry, but I don't know what did they say about you. Father told me to not listen to those who are foolish enough to talk about things that they don't understand, whatever that means. Anyway, he told me that you should be considered a reason for pride. The same could be said about my father, said Shino. There are flies who need to be ignored, he said. Well, I didn't listen too much to the gossip from back home. However, I do remember that my mother came from a bar one time and she was really angry. Something about some bitches who disrespect fine warriors. I didn't quite get all of it. She was half drunk at the time. But I am sure that she said your name somewhere along the lines. Naruto stayed quiet for a second. Fa ha ha ha. Hey, is there something funny about my mom? Kiba got a bit angry. No, I am sorry haha. Oh god. He wiped some tears from his eyes. Hey, are you by any chance the son of Sum Inuzuka? Yeah, what about it? Do you know her? That explains some things. And yes, I know her. Well, sort of. No matter how much I try, I can't forget her speech about how the members F the civilian council are bitches and pups that should stop whimpering, and that they should take that stick out of their asses and play fetch with it somewhere far away from official business. Kiba grinned. Yup, that sounds like her. Ha ha ha. He joined Naruto while Hinata blushed due to the language. The blonde boy stopped laughing. You sure have one-of-a-kind parents. But don't get ahead of yourselves. You still have a long way to gain my trust. And now about why I left Konoha. Let's just say that I got in a pretty big fight with a lot of civilians. This made the civilian council go insane. After that Sarutobi Gigi let me travel on my own. It was hard sometimes, but I survived. I am sorry to hear that, said Hinata. You don't have to. It is not like I am complaining. His face and tone became serious again. Hey. I got one last question for you all. Is it true that Grims start to appear in Elemental Nation? Yes. Nasty little things. They are slaughtered by the 5 great nations like no tomorrow. Of course, they are nowhere as many as here. The shinobi could handle them just fine until now. Kiba stopped. Sensei. But, here. They are still looking for a way to get rid of them once and for all. There are also some villages destroyed by them. The greatest mind from back home are banging their heads on the table trying to understand why the hell did they appear now. Naruto sighed. Damn it. I heard something about pitch-black monsters just before I left Elemental Nation. At the time, I thought that it was just a villager who saw a pack of wolves or some bears in the woods during the night. I learned about Grims just a couple of days after I reached Remnant. If I knew better back then, I would have stayed. I doubt that just one person would have been of any help, no matter who it might have been. Shino fixed his goggles. Those things managed to kill so many people just because they attacked in various places at once, without anyone knowing about their existence in the first place. There is no one to blame and nothing that we could have done. Well, aren't you the positive one? Naruto asked with sarcasm. However, I can't argue with that logic. They would They continued their talk if it wasn't for Kurenai, who just came back from the cockpit. She was curious to see how this machine could work from the inside. The pilot, a male, didn't mind her at all. Get ready for the landing. We are going to reach Vale. It was not long until the bullheads start going closer to the ground. The lights of the city lightened the dark night. Their ride landed on a remote area, a slum near the border of the city to be more specific. We are not even going to go to a regular landing ground. I understood the whole, we were never here, but seriously. Couldn't they just oop down the cameras while we get off and say that it was a malfunction? The bullhead flew away after they got down. He would have continued his internal rant. However, there was a presence near him. It was not a member of Team 7. Someone else was with them. Just by looking around, he saw that Kurenai noticed as well. Faster than the other four could react, they caught whoever it was and pinned him or her to the ground. The Genins had no idea why did Naruto and Kurenai just jumped at thin air. It was soon revealed to them that they tackled Neo, who turned visible again. She was not very happy with her position. Why do they keep finding her? Not fair. Neo asked Naruto, "What are you doing here?" She just smiled at him. "Don't you give me that smile." He and Kurenai got up. "Do the others know that you are here?" Neo got up and dusted herself. She proceeded to show him her scroll. Naruto was looking at the last message she sent to Emerald. "School's boring. I am going with Naruto. He is doing something funny. If teachers ask about me, tell him that I am sick from eating too much ice cream #like that would ever happen me lol xd." Naruto gave Neo an uncertain look. He really doesn't know what to do with her. After an internal debate he came to the obvious conclusion, "I mind if I take her with me? There are no bullheads toward Beacon until tomorrow and she just made it clear that I can't let her out of sight. Given the fact that she probably already knows about our mission, why not? Just keep her safe," said Kurenai. "Okay." He turned toward Neo again. "You are in so much trouble. When we get back." She just smiled at him like it was nothing to worry about. To be fair, she was very happy. They may have found her, but she got a very important information. Her ability isn't useless against the people from Elemental Nation. She stayed with them in the same bullhead all the way from Beacon. No one detected her during this time because she kept her distance from them. And the other four couldn't sense her. Not even when she was next to them. Only the older woman and her partner did. Though, this raised a new question. Does this mean that every shinobi that reaches a certain level of power will be able to sense her? Also, Naruto, who found her 3 times already, is as powerful as this woman who was supposed to be a teacher. "Whoa, who's the girl?" asked Kiba. "She looks really cute. She managed to sneak on us with easy. As ashamed as I am as a member of a tracking-oriented team, I must admit that it is impressive," said Shino with his usual serious tone. Hinata didn't said anything. She looked at the unknown girl for a bit and recalled seeing her with Naruto during the classes. Sai remained unfazed. Quiet, a useful ability. To be able to turn invisible at will. It is perfect for stealth missions such as this, even if it sounded like a praise. He had other things in mind. Danzo-sama must hear about this. The extent of semblances is astonishing. She is Neo, my partner since the initiation and a friend of mine. I only hope that Emerald is not angry that I let this happen. Just when he finished talking, his scroll vibrated, indicating that he got a meze. Sage, hold on for a second. He checked to see who it was and saw that it was Emerald. Neo is with you. Don't let her out of your sight when you find her. Tell her that she is dead once I see her again. Naruto turned his head to see that Neo was behind him and read the message as well. She seemed very worried about the last part of it, knowing that is going to be hell on earth once she returns to Beacon. Neo used her trump card. Both her eyes changed to pink while giving Naruto the cutest hurt puppy look that she was able to make. What? No. No no. No to the no no no. I am not getting involved in this. She made it clear that she is angry with you and you alone. Her lower lip was trembling. Don't do this to me. I have done more than enough already. He tried to resist, but his defenses were getting destroyed quickly. She caught his right arm while tears threatened to fall from her eyes. Naruto was trying his damn best, but it was fruitless. Fine. You win. I will take some of the blame on me. I will tell her that I should have been more careful about it and that I shouldn't have let my guard down. Just stop that look. Great Kami, do I feel like I kicked a defenseless puppy? Neo jumped out of happiness. Team 8 was looking at their interaction with amusement, except for 2 individuals. Now if you 2 are done, we have to move out. We have just 1 lead right now, but we don't kn. What might the local police find for us? All right, said Naruto. Unknown to them was the fact that they will face a sleepless night full of dead ends. 7 a.m. Beacon. With Emerald and Mercury, the silver gray-haired teen had a long night. Once Emerald found that Neo went with Naruto without any warning, he had to listen to her rage-filled rant. I should have gone with them, thought he while ying his best to brush aside his headache. I hope she doesn't start with round 2 so early in the morning, or at all. Who would have thought that the well-mannered Emerald had such a colorful language? He was dressed in his uniform and ready to go outside before Emerald could exit from the bathroom. He opened the door and saw that Team RWBY and JNPR were there with RWBY ready to knock on the door. Good morning, sunshine, said Yang in a joking manner after seeing that Mercury didn't look like he got enough sleep. Not really, he said while rubbing his eyes. Hey, we actually came to see if everything is alright. Last night there were a lot of noises coming from your room, said John. Courses cough, said Nora under her hand. Don't even ask about it. Seriously, don't even think about that. Right when he finished talking, Emerald came out from the bathroom with a slight frown on her face. The other already knew that she was the one yelling last night, however they have no idea why. From their perspective, the green-haired girl started to yell in the middle of the night for no reason. Hey Emerald, Nora greeted her with her usual happiness. What made you so angry last night? Mercury wanted to slap his face and then slap Nora. He really wanted to, but he was not such a dick to actually hit a girl for that alone. But great goodness did he wanted to. Oh, I don't know, she started. It's just the fact that I felt like I am the only one who actually cares about anything. Her frown changed to an attempt to smile. But why'd I even do this? I will just take my own senses to the classroom and hope that I come back to reality and lose interest in anything. With this she went ahead of the group. Wow, someone really screwed up, didn't they? Said Yang. Weiss NTED to say something but then realized an important detail. Weren't you supposed to be 4? And there you have the reason why she is angry. Well, half of it is the reason. What do you mean half of it? And where did they go? Asked RWBY. I don't have any idea. Yesterday, Naruto came back from his meeting with the headmaster and said that he has to go somewhere for a couple of days. Something about paying a debt to an old friend. However, it sounded pretty important. Heck, even Ozpin helped him go wherever the hell that is. Even so, what we didn't expect was that Neo followed him without saying anything. If this was enough to make her that angry, I should be more careful around her, said John. Even if he could understand why is she angry, Emerald seems to be overreacting a bit. From his point of view at least. Well, it's a bit of a bummer that Naruto and Neo are not around. I was really looking forward to see that movie with the whole gang, said RWBY. Movie? What movie? Oh yeah, sorry. We wanted to ask you guys if you want to go with us to Vale to see a movie. They are going to make a premiere of a movie made in Elemental Nation. She leaned a bit toward Mercury and whispered the last part, just between us. I think that Weiss is more interested in the actress than the movie. I heard that, RWBY. And yes, I am guilty. I really want to see her performance on screen. Is our little Weiss a fangirl now? Asked Yang with a cheeky grin. Not a fangirl, just a fan. And I mean, who wouldn't be? This woman is both a famous actress and the leader of the most technological advanced country from Elemental Nation. I find inspiration in Miss Koyuki's work ever since I saw her first movie last year, said the white-themed girl with a soft smile. We can practically see a movie rated as 9 out of 10 and learn enough about the new continent to be able to understand the lessons from the history classes, said Blake. This is what I call an opportunity. Sounds good. I'll see if I can convince Emerald to come as well. Or at least find a way to go with you without making her more angry than she already is. When do we go? Today. There is a ship going there after school and the movie starts at 4. If we hurry we will get there just in time. RWBY was very happy about this. Not only that she got a heck lot of new friends in less than a week, but they are also going to do normie things like going to a movie together. Her idea of fun on a normal day was usually working at Crescent Rose or drowning herself in weapon magazines and cookies. Am I the only one? WHO thinks that she did that at least once. Like actually seeing her covered from head to toes in magazines and cookies XD. What about the tickets? Weiss already took care of that, said Pyrrha. She, too, was happy that she can do things that normal girls do. She smiled a bit. Coming here was a very good decision. We should really get going now. We still have to go through today's classes, said Ren. Like that, the two teams plus one made their way down the hallway. With Naruto. 14:15. A random park. I lost an entire night of sleep for nothing. He was greatly annoyed. Those criminals are definitely not new to this. They were given lead after lead via scrolls, but in the end they found nothing. Whoever these guys are, they must have thought that someone will try to find them. They are either geniuses and plain 10 steps ahead of them, or they have a way to find what are he and the others doing. He leaned on the bench he was sitting on and sighed. The other were not better. Neo started to regret coming with them. She was tired, hungry, her legs hurt, and now she is far more bored than she ever was at school. She was sitting next to Naruto while trying her best to not fall asleep. However, it was a hard task since the bench became miraculously a comfy bed in her mind, with Naruto as possible pillow. She was inches away from leaning on him and just sleep for a few hours. Teammate was sitting on other bench next to theirs. Kurenai was standing in front of them, checking the last message that she got from the police department and something from Ozpin. We can finally say that this search brings results. How so? Asked Kiba with a tired voice. Akamaru was already sleeping at his feet. The team from Sunagakuren managed to find the center of operation from Mistral. Those are the good news. And what are the bad ones? Asked Naruto. They have no idea where are the others. Their leaders made it clear that they shouldn't reveal their position, not even toward the other members. EY were just headless sheeps who were following orders that were given to them over a month ago. Sigh, at least someone is doing progress, said Kiba a bit dejected. Do we have any other lead, or are we literally going to go around blindly and hope to find them? Nothing as far as no. Even so, I think that it's time to take a break and go eat somewhere. Kurenai's offer was approved by Neo's noisy stomach. Her only breakfast was a chocolate bar around 6 hours ago. Naruto didn't had even that. He tried his absolute best to finish this mission quick, so he barely even talked. In Neo's opinion, he was boring when he gets so serious. If you are so kind to take care of my jacket while I am gone, I can go really fast and get some food for everyone. I know some cafeterias in the other side of the city with great food. How are you going to reach the other side of the city as fast as you say? We have been running beside you all night and you don't seem faster than us, said Kiba. I have my ways. Do you want meat or not? Kurenai was about to say something, but she stopped as she felt her own stomach ready to rumble. That would be nice of you. Thank you very much. She had some ration bars on herself, but she would prefer anything with taste. Are there any that serves food close to the one back home? Call it bad influence from Anko, but some dangos would be great. Not really. Not that I know of, at least. Just don't touch my jacket while I am gone. He put his jacket on the bench and jumped in the pocket dimension. The members of the Konoha team, sans Sai, were left with their jaws hanging after seeing this. Neo took notice of this. Their reaction showed clearly that not all the people from Elemental Nation are capable of pulling stunts like this like it was a normal thing. How did he manage that? Asked Kiba while looking at the pink and brown-haired girl for answers. Neo just raised her shoulders. She chose to not question the portal jacket thing too much. It was the best for her. You really don't talk much, do you? Asked the same person. She shook her head. She was not able to in the first place and she stopped feeling awful about it long ago. It's cool. You actually kind of improved my point of view regarding pink-haired girls. You seem cool. She gave him a small smile. The other one that we know can be annoying as hell. And damn her loud voice. One day, I am going to get deaf from listening to her. Neo could tell that this girl is not someone she wanted to meet. For various reasons. There was a pause after that. Hey, Kiba looked again at Neo. I know that this is going to sound like a fanboy question, but how is it like to be in the same team with Naruto Uzumaki? I mean, in how many insane adventures did he drag you in? Kiba, come on Kurenai-sensei. This guy is known across the whole continent as a trouble magnet. He is like a legend at this point. Wherever he goes, adventure follows. I want to know. As rude to talk about people behind their back, said Hinata. Oh, not you too, Hinata. It's not like I am saying bad things about him. Maybe not, started Shino, but you sure did a good impression of Ino when she is in her gossip mode. For the love of, even you. As they continued their talk, Neo was analyzing everything they said about her partner. He didn't kept secret the fact that he is well known in Elemental Nation. When they asked him for a picture, she thought that he was some kind of celebrity, like Pyranikos. However, it seems that he is something more than that. She smiled. She really did found herself a funny partner. She started to type something on her scroll as the other seemed to have finished their talk. Even if it is rude to assume that just because he got here troubles started as well, I have to agree with you in one regard, said Kurenai while crossing her arms. It's rather strange that he chose to come to this academy. With his history he could as well become one of the 12 guardian ninja. Like Asuma-sensei, asked Hinata, that only if he doesn't get a better offer. I heard that he has deep connections in Kiri since the war ended and that he is in friendly terms with the Kazekage and his family, said Kiba. In his mind, he was feeling very jealous. He has to gain more attention to his name as fast as possible. Not to mention the minor countries. After all, Fuinjutsu masters are seer, shed by every in each country since the creation of the body armor seal, added Shino. The body armor seal was a self-explaining name. Once it is placed on someone's body it can create a chakra armor around the user, much like how the huntsmen are able to protect themselves using aura. Its apparition was the event that started a new age of the shinobi era. One where seals more valuable than ever. B. It in one of the 5 great nations or a smaller one. If you are a seal master you will find a job in no time. The only problem is that the number of seal masters is painfully low. After they relied so much on the mass production of the already existent seals, there was no one who cared enough to develop new ones. 1. If Uzushio would have been still alive at this moment, it would be the richest country from Elemental Nation as well as the main target of, well, everyone, to be fair. Another thing brought by this seal was a huge boost for the confidence of the Kunoichis. Is common knowledge this seal was created by a Kunoichi that now works for Kumo. Kiba felt that someone was tugging on his sleeve. Neo showed him her scroll. We fought a giant boar Grim and he made the wannabe bullies of the school into his labor slaves. Does this count as adventures? Kiba and the others had to think about their answer for a bit. Yeah. I think that the first one counts. Yes, I am sure that he first was definitely an adventure. He really wasn't expecting the second part. Nor did the others. However, this explains why those 4 boys were guarding Naruto and his friends all day, poor suckers. They must have angered him very much. However, slaves, just what did they do to him? Or should I ask what did he do to them? Only the thought sent shivers down his spine. His reputation is not all rainbows and sunshines. They all nearly jumped when they saw Naruto's head coming out of the jacket. Sorry for taking so long. When he got out completely, they saw a lot of paper bags in his hands. Whoa, that's a lot of food, said Kiba with a bit of droll on the side of his lips. Akamaru was wiggling his tail from happiness. I didn't know what would you prefer, so I brought a bit of everything. That's really thoughtful of you, giving the fact that we don't have your trust yet, said Kurenai with a smile. So you heard that one? Yes. However, you shouldn't worry. We shinobi should never let our guard down and you have a few reasons to distrust us. Naruto smiled. I don't know if Konoha changed very much during the years that I was away or if I simply didn't meet the right people while I was there. But you sure are more than I expected any of you to be. This is a compliment. Neo tugged on his sleeve to get his attention. Yes, Neo. I got you some ice cream. Her cheeks puffed. Even if she is happy about having her favorite dessert, this wasn't what she wanted to ask. She pointed toward his jacket and then at the food. How did I got it? Well, it's simple. My jacket allows me to get to my pocket dimension thanks to the seal that I placed on it. From there, I can access any other seal similar with it. I have one such seal placed near the cafeteria from which I got all this. You Used a complex seal just so you can have a quick way to get food? Asked Kiba while munching on some fried meat. Not really. I do most of my shopping in that side of the city. The others accepted Hi's answer, only to be struck by realization. You could have teleported us in Vale right away. Asked Kiba angry. Why didn't you do that? Why else? Naruto sat down and began to eat. This jacket is my only portable entrance since I don't like to have too many of my creations around. It would make it easy to be stole by others. The same can be said about my other gates. I don't put them all over the place. I make sure that they are hard to find and just where I really need them to be. Currently, I have 4 of them in Remnant and 3 in Elemental Nation. And even if someone finds them, I see and destroy them from inside the pocket dimension. I even change their location once every 2 months, he stated proudly. You really did put a lot of thought in how to make sure that they are not found. Didn't you? Said Shino with a sweet drop on the back of his head. I am quite protective toward my projects. Of course, I am going to remove the seal from Vale now that you know of it, he finished with a big smile. They didn't know how to respond to this. He just straight up told them that he doesn't trust them enough to even let them know the general location of his seal. Even more, he did it with a smile. You really resent Konoha Shinobi, don't you? Asked Kurenai with a bit of sweet on the side of her face and a forced smile. Not really. I just don't like to have things stole me, especially by people from Konoha. His smile didn't fade at all. The civilians screwed up, that's for sure, thought Kiba. Naruto-kun can be really scary as an enemy. Hinata was thankful that her father never went against him. Note to self, don't get on his bad side. Such enemy can make you lose before the battle could start. Shino pushed his goggles with his index finger. Uzumaki-san is indeed as resourceful as he is troublesome for Danzo-sama's plan. I should talk about this with Hokage-sama. Naruto may be more angry with the way Konoha treated him than we initially thought. Huron, I hope that is not too late to make him realize that they can still redeem themselves. At least the ones that cared about him can. Naruto covered his mouth while whipping his lips from some sauce. Baka. In reality I have 7 seals in Remnant and 5 in Elemental Nation. For a second he had a smile that would make a certain infamous Death Note user proud. I am really starting to doubt that EY are even trying to give us any good info. Just saying, said Naruto after what seems to be the 100 failed interrogations in the last 24 hours. I have to agree with him on this one, said Kurenai. Even she got annoyed by this obvious joke. Still, we've got one last place to search. Good luck with that. I am not going to waste one more second with this. I am going to find this guy's in my way. Follow me or the police. I don't care. Come on Neo. Teammate watched as they left. Shino turned his head toward his sensei. He did raise a point. None of the 5 leads that were given to us were of any good. Should we really place our trust in this one? Sigh no. No we shouldn't. Change of plan everyone. We will split up and search around. Kiba, you come with me. Shino and Sai, you two go and look in south area. Hinata, you go and join Naruto. I have a feeling that he already has something in mind and they might need help. Understood, they said as Hinata hurried to catch up with Naruto. 30 minutes later. Naruto will openly admit that he knows some not so nice people. He encountered them either by mistake or during his self-appointed missions. However, he learned to use everything at hand in order to survive. This is why he closed his eye on some of the less harmful of them. Like cops who are willing to close their own eyes for money, gangs who claims place as their own and are open to the idea of fighting for them, people who sell a lot of things. Except for drug dealers in the last section of his list. These people started to fear him like he is the devil after they came across him. One such person is known around Vale as Junior. He is an information broker. If you want to know about any illegal affair that takes place around here, then he is your guy. For most of the people it would be hard to get information from him unless they are part of the operation. For most of the normal people. For Naruto, a walk in the park. They reached his Club J. Us to find the closed sign showed proudly on the door. The girls thought that Naruto's plan failed from the get-go, until they saw pulling Shibuki from his jacket. "Stay back," he said to them as he prepared to knock on the door. Inside the club, a lot of mons dressed in black suits were working all around the place. Junior, a tall black-haired, bearded man, was chugging down some alcoholic drive. Inks while trying to forget about his fight with a certain blonde-haired teenager chick. Damned blondes. Always getting their noses in my work and destroying everything. Damn it all. I am going to kill the next blonde that walks through my door, thought he in his half-drunk form. Boom. The doors burst in fire. His men pointed their weapons at the entrance. Junior. Just because I was nice enough to not destroy your place last time I was here doesn't mean that I can't do it now. I hate blondes, yelled Junior in his mind. He didn't had enough courage to say it out loud. Instead, he rushed toward the door. Naruto, I mean sir. I was not expecting to see, nor did I wish to. Cut the polite act. I need information and I know that you have them. Anything that makes you stop from trashing the club. You dumb, insane idiot. What do you know about some new guys running illegal business around here? Junior's eyes lit up. 3 guys. They came here with Roman Torchwick once. They were talking about some preparations for an assassination attempt. I don't know who they want dead, but it sounds important. Naruto was surprised to say at least. This the first time he got information from him so easy. Usually he had to remind him that he can destroy the club otherwise a couple of times and then beat him. However, this time he is more than happy to say everything he knows. They said something about the docks. I don't know anything else, finished Junior. Junior, I hope you know that if this is just a joke, I am going to return and kick your ass. Is not, I swear. Naruto tried to look in his eyes and see if he is saying the truth. I don't have any idea what made you so eager to cooperate, but I don't like it. Something happened here, isn't that so? Those 3, they did something while they were here. Didn't they? Look, I gave you all the information that you needed. I can't give you anything else. Naruto raised an eyebrow. His hand went toward the inside of his jacket. Junior tensed. When Naruto pulled it out, he revealed a lot of liens that he handed to owner of the club. If there is any cop that asks about the explosions, tell them that it was an accident. Also, there is some extra for the door. I thought that I had to scare you a little, but it seems that it wasn't the case. He turned back and headed toward the exit. He was ready to leave when a sudden realization hit him. Hey Junior. The twins. Aren't they supposed to be working today? The older man stayed silent for a few seconds. They are free for the next 3 months. For health reason. Is that so? Naruto got outside where Neo and Hinata were waiting for him. To the docks. Call the others. These guys are dangerous and they don't have troubles harming people. Junior watched as they left Rom his doorstep. Every time you leave I wish from the bottom of my heart that you die. This time only. Please be you the one who survives the battle. If those fuckers return here, I may be able to keep the cops away from me and the twins. With Roman. Same time. The beloved crime lord had a good day so far. Why, would you ask? Because his new business partners proved to be very useful. Those 3 could do more than any goon could dream of doing. Yes, there is the downside of having to share equally the spoils with them, but who cares? If he can convince them to remain partners, even after this dumb assassination is over, he would gain more than ever. He could aim to become more than a mere crime leader. He could play in the big league. His scroll started to vibrate. Cinder was calling him. Just great. Hello my fair lady. How can I help you? First you could stop acting so strangely happy. However, I guess that I can let you have at least this. Impressed with my work. I am impressed with the work of our new allies. Your only credit in this was finding them. Way to destroy the good mood. I am going to go ahead and say that you called to tell me when are those due. Animals going to come and take the dust. You know, is getting kind of cramped in here with all this stuff. They will be there in a couple of hours. Prepare to move everything. You got it, but I have to warn you. We may need more bullheads than you think. I got twice the amount that you ordered. And one last thing. The guys want their payment. They already got pretty angry when they didn't go the information that you promised 2 days ago. The fat one put in the hospital those two girls that worked at Junior's place when they tried to calm him down. Don't worry about that. They got those files a couple of minutes ago. Now resume to your work and don't fail, she closed. Edgy woman. One day, I am going to make you work for me. Just you wait, Cinder, he mumbled under his breath. Ad bolted toward the door that suddenly opened. His partners decided to pay him a visit. Renga, good pal. You and your brothers decided to visit little old me. I am touched. What can I help you with? Renga, the oldest of the three brothers, please go and search. How do they look like? Spoke first. Nothing for now. Me, Ruga and Jiga wanted to come and see how are things going here, he showed. Roman, a friendly smile while his brothers remained silent. Very well actually. As soon as the animals reach this place, we will start to move everything. He put one of his cigarettes in his mouth and lighted it. By the way, I am glad that you came here. If it isn't too much of a bother for you, Jiga, could you use that ability of yours to help us move the iron crates faster? The cops are getting more sensitive with each passing day, so we are running out of time. My boss wants me to leave the city today. He tried to be as polite as possible. This is how you make business in his line of work. Play the fool until they fall in your trap. Renga's eyes narrowed. Leaving the town already? I thought that you were not messing around when you told us that you will pay our service. His tone was threatening. The crime lord was confused. He held his cigarette between two fingers. What do you mean? I paid you. I helped you to establish your group in Vale. You got half of the monies that were stolen by our men's. You got all the information necessary for your assassination attempt and even some extra. What do you want more? You said that you will help us kill our target, said Ruga. Roman spread his hands, and that's what I did. I gave you the locations that are most frequented by him. His affiliations. Where does he lives and his usual schedule during weekend. Well, at least that's what I said to T. He guys that gathered the information to look for. If anything from this list is missing, then it's their fault, not mine. He returned to his cancer stick. But he is not dead yet, said Jiga. Even you, big guy. I pointed the gun at this guy's head. You only have to pull the trigger. And allow me to express my opinion, but this is already fucking overkill. Any of you could just go ahead and kill him. Don't underestimate him. This was the reason for the death of many fools. Reet. Yeah, sure. This guy looks like a pushover. Why do you even want to kill him? The three brothers stayed quiet for a second, until the eldest burst in laughter. It took him a couple of seconds to recompose. You have to learn more about the world, Roman. However, I will amuse you. We want him dead so we can become kings. Huh, was Roman's answer to this declaration. Renga put a hand on Roman's shoulder. Look, me and my brothers don't want to be just any masterminds that are going to fade away. We want to rule the entire underworld with an iron fist. However, the reign in this kind of world is established by fear and respect. If we manage to kill this person, none will ever oppose us in Elemental Nation. Killing this guy will make every criminal from your continent bow to you. He asked with a raised eyebrow and his hands crossed. Renga removed his hand and turned around. It doesn't matter if you fully understand or not. You just have to pay your debt. Sigh. Usually, I would say that you are too lazy to do your own dirty work. However, you did put me ahead of my schedule. When are you going to do it? Tomorrow. We too have to hurry. It's a shame that one of our branches was cut so early by the police, but it doesn't matter. Soon it will all be done. With that said, they left the room. And the fat one didn't help in the end. Nice, said Roman after he was sure that they were gone. With Team RWBY, JNPR, Emerald and Mercury. 1745. Come on guys. We are almost there, said Ruby with enthusiasm. If we get there sooner. The movie won't start sooner as well, said Yong with a chuckle. I know, but I want to buy a big bucket of popcorn with caramel. Ruby, you are going to get cavities. Cut some of the sugar from your diet, said Blake. She has been in the same team with her for less than a week and she is sure that Ruby eat more sugar than anyone she ever meet. Mercury and Emerald were in the back of the group. Emerald was angry all day, but came with them nonetheless. You really know how to hold grudges. How long are you going to be like this? Asked Mercury. Until I get my hands on Neo, her scroll buzzed. Once she looked at it, she saw that it was a message from Neo, Naruto and the others. Are at the docks. Need help. Fighting Roman. What do I do to get them away? Roman's transport, whispered Mercury in realization. We have to get there and make sure that the asshole doesn't get caught. Cinder still has use for him. How? We still have to keep our cover, he said till they all heard the one thing that brought them flashbacks of the initiation. Boom. In the distance they could see smoke rising high in the air. It came from the docks. Naruto? Asked John. This has his name all over it, said Weiss with a bitter look on her face. Screw the movie. We can watch it online another day, said Yang while running toward the explosion. The other followed her, as well. I hope that you all left your weapons in the rocket lockers, said Blake. With Naruto. 40 minutes earlier. Naruto, Neo and Hinata were walking toward the docks. Kurenai and Shino confirmed that they can reach it in time. Neo was kind of anxious. She knew that Roman is hiding all the stolen dust there, but she has no idea if he is there or not. Nor does she knows what is he doing right now. For all that is worth, Naruto and the others might end up destroying their plan. Cinder is going to have her head on a plate if this happens while she is around. What can she do? Naruto hopped to roof of building along with Hinata. He was carrying Neo on his back. The others were there already. Kiba gave them a mix of annoyed and relieved look. Seriously now. We should have let you lead the way from the beginning. We wasted a night for nothing. Naruto let Neo down. It was my fault for having trust in whoever gave us the leads. I already knew that some of the guys that work in Vale's police are mostly trying to get money out of anything. For Ramen's sake, some of them must have been bribed or something. It's hard to believe that competent policemen would have missed this, he said while looking at the shady-looking guys who patrolled the area. They were not even hiding their guns and swords and kunais. You were seeing that as well. Kurenai nodded. Yeah, we noticed. Some of them are missing nins. None of them are stronger than a genin if what is said in the bingo book is true, but they are shinobi nonetheless. I can see why they were still genins. They are acting like thugs, said Shino while searching for any individual that could be a problem to take out. Hinata, what can you see inside? She used her Byakugan to search throughout the buildings. There were some chakra signatures and aura. The difference between the two of them was not that big, so her eyes allowed her to find their location. While the chakra seems to mostly connect the one who have it to the surrounding, aura was self-preserving. It was closed to the surrounding and it's trying to grow on its own. Unity and individuality. There are 3 shinobi inside along with 5 other people. One of them has more aura than the others. Roman came in Neo's mind. He must be there. So, how do we do it? Asked Naruto as he pulled the 7 stars blade out of his jacket along with Bashozen. Me and my team will get the ones outside. You can find a way and deal with the ones that are inside the building. Neo can. She's coming with me, declared the blonde. Even if she is found by one of those guys, she can put down any of them with easy. Come on. He motioned toward the edge of the roof. Use your ability and I will do the rest. Neo jumped on his back and worked on her magic. Team 7 couldn't even ray. Lisa that Naruto jumped from their position and took a silent run toward the building. Dashing through the guards, they reached the entrance. Instead of opening it, he ran on the wall and got in via an open window. At this point, Neo stopped her semblance and got off again, making sure to not cause any sound. Naruto looked around the empty room that they got in. Inside were a desk and a couple of drawers. Nothing of interest. He made his way toward the door and listened to see if there was anyone on the other side. There were 2 voices, both of them male. He looked at Neo and signaled her to hide behind the desk. He pressed his back on the wall, right beside the door frame. He put aside his sword and took a kunai. He threw it in the window, breaking it. The sound made the 2 thugs on the other side open the door in a hurry to see what was the cause of it. From behind the open door, as they entered, Naruto saw that these guys were dressed within white armor. Definitely not ordinary thugs. He slowly closed the door with his left hand and prepared to use Bashozen. By the time he nearly shut the door, the 2 realized that they were not alone. However, it was too late. Scroll of wind, they were slammed in a wall hard enough to bet knocked out. Neo got out from her hiding spot after hearing the thud. Naruto took his jacket off and pushed the bodies inside the pocket dimension. "Come on. The rest are downstairs," he said before getting out of the room. A set of stairs led down to the first floor. The two of them were met with the sight of hundreds of crates and many containers. All of them were stacked to the point where there was barely enough space to move around. Our protagonist put Bashosen back in his jacket after seeing that any hit with could backfire really hard. Neo was happy. If he uses that fire attack that he used during the initiation, they will be blown to pieces. And she can't even warn him about it, since she isn't supposed to know what the criminals have in those crates. She could only hope that he was not going to pull out his other sword. "So what's the deal with all these anti-Faunus thing?" they heard from somewhere to the other side of the room. They start walking toward the sound. "Are you joking?" asked another person. His voice was way deeper. "No, I just don't understand what's the big deal. There are guys who walks around with horns on their heads and natural-born bunny girls. What's so bad? For the love of, I can't believe you actually said that." Naruto and Neo got close enough to see what is going on. They saw the supposed aura users, who were all wearing white armor and masks, along with 3 missing nins. One of them was from Iwa while the others were from Kusa. They were all standing in an open area in front of the exit used to load trucks. The space was enough for them to move freely around. "What? Don't tell me that you didn't think about that," said one of the KUSA nins to the other. "Will you just shut up? I don't even know why'd I even stick around you sometimes," responded the other before looking at the obvious owner of the deeper voice. It was a tall and bulky man with what seems to be a combination between a sword and a chainsaw. "Sorry about him. However, he does have a point. Are the people here really acting like dicks toward you just because you have animal traits? That's not even the strangest thing that I ever heard about. If it wasn't for the mask, the 2 missing could have seen the raised eyebrow on the bulky man's face, really now. And would that be then?" Naruto got closer to Neo. "Go to their left and wait for my signal. It shouldn't be hard to take out this guys. Just keep an eye on the big. He looks dangerous." Neo nodded. "There is no problem in taking them down since Roman is not here. He can always steal everything again. This is the most that she can do at this point without blowing her cover." Turning invisible once again, she moved without making a sound. "We literally are about Stranger Things every day back in Elemental Nation," the KUSA nin answered the question. "Yeah, like that creep Orochimaru. Damn that guy to hell," said the other one. "He especially. Seriously, even if Faunus would be bipedal animals, that guy would still be way weirder. I didn't even saw him in person. Just hearing about all the sick experiments that he does on people makes me want to throw up." "Or even those 3 brothers. Your bosses?" asked the bulky man. Even if talking to humans was his least favorite thing to do, the ones from Elemental Nation seem more open-minded. To the point where they were nearly agreeable. "I am actually starting to regret working with them. I have to watch over my shoulder just so I don't get screwed. Those guys are way too paranoiacs. I am telling you right away. Don't trust them too much. Everyone feels the same, but we can't do anything." The big brother executed someone in public just because he showed singes of before he could finish his sentence. He along with his friend and 2 of the 5 aura users were hit by an invisible force that sent them flying, after hearing wind blade. All 4 of them found themselves buried after they hit a large pile of crates. One of them opened, spilling its content on the floor, showing red crystals. Now, Naruto got up from his hiding place with his sword ignited with a blue glow. The giant Faunus prepared for battle with his weapon drawn. The Iwa missing nin took out a gun that he pointed at the incoming blonde. "Eat this." He fired his first round that was cut in half by Naruto's blade. The second one was dodged and hit a container. Before he could shoot the third one, the bulky man hit him in head with enough strength to make him fall. "Don't shoot, you fucking idiot. You will blow up the place." Raising his sword, he clashed with Naruto's sword. As the aura-covered chainsaw and the chakra-coated blade collided, sparks flew in all directions. They pulled their swords back and prepared for the next strike. Naruto tried a hit from below, but he was stopped by his opponent who continued with a swing at his middle section. While they exchanged blows, the remaining three tried to circle. Naruto and the Iwa Nin got up. One of them made sure to face the door as he aimed for Naruto. Before he could shoot, Neo appeared and took him out with a kick to the head. The other two drew Iron sword and attacked her as the Iwa Nin searched for a kunai. Neo blocked the two incoming swords with her umbrella and used her leg one again to hit one of them under the chin, sending him back stumbling. This gave her enough time to catch the other one by the hand, kick him in the stomach and twist his arm behind his back. When the other one tried to attack again, she pushed the other one into him. After they regained their composure, they tried to hit her at the same time, only for her image to shatter into pieces. Not sure about what happened, they looked in confusion until one of them got knocked out from behind. When the other one saw her, she already used her aura-coated umbrella to him in the head. Meanwhile, Naruto blocked another swing from his opponent. This guy tried his best to push him back in order to get away from the crystals spilled on the floor. The Iwa Nin tried to stab in the back from behind, but Naruto dodged. Now, with to be careful about, our hero jumped ba. CK, you really know how to use that weapon of yours, don't you, big guy? Sorry to say that I have to cut this short. He pushed more chakra into his sword, making the blue aura around her seem like an actual extension of the blade. The bulky man tried to hit with a vertical strike, only for Naruto to cut through the chainsaw with his sword. Pieces from the chain flew everywhere as his weapon lost its entire blade. Too shocked after seeing this, the man could respond in time when Naruto hit him with another wind blade that sent him flying in the door. The metal bent due to the force that slammed him into it. The Iwa Nin stood unmoved. Naruto gave him a raised eyebrow. Do me a favor. Make it easy for me. In exchange I will not hurt you. He pointed his sword at him. The Iwa Nin quickly let go his kunai and got on his knees with his hands raised in the air. Neo got next to Naruto and tugged on his sleeve. Don't worry, Neo. I got this. Help me get those guys from under the crates. You too. He pointed toward the Iwa Nin. Don't get any funny ideas. My friends are outside taking down the rest. He reluctantly did as he was told and started taking the metal boxes away from the bodies of his fallen comrades. Naruto did the same and Neo dragged one dude from under the pile. Soon, the four unconscious monsters' bodies were placed near the bulky one. The Iwa looked down at his gun. Don't even think about it. He glanced at Naruto. Who's staring at him? Bring the other three as well. Scared of what might happen, he took one with each arm and Naruto threw the last one over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. During this time, Neo searched through the pockets of the terrorists for money and anything interesting. So far, she found only some gum, a wallet with not very much cash in it, a couple of knives and throwing stars. She kept all of them in a pouch that she took from one of the missing nin. When Naruto and the Iwa Nin threw the bodies on top of the other ones, Neo tried her best to act like she didn't took anything. Naruto quickly punched the last man in the face and it was lights out for him as well. His partner gave him a questioning look. What? I didn't hurt him. He searched through his jacket and pulled out a large piece of material. It was like a black blanket for 20 persons. He tossed it over the knocked out terrorists and like in a magic trick they all disappeared. Neo watched as he rolled the blanket and put back in. He turned toward her and moved his index finger to his lips. She smiled and made a locked lips motion with a smile. He went toward the door and pushed a button that made the door up. But not entirely due to the bent. The blonde had to duck a bit to get out. Outside, teammate was waiting for them with unconscious bodies here and there. Kurenai say, Emed a bit annoyed. I guess that discretion is not your best skill. What makes you think that? A certain kunai and someone getting slammed into a metal door. Haven't you thought that it would have alerted the ones outside? You tell me. You were supposed to take those out, answered Naruto with his arms crossed. Beside, the stronger enemies were inside. Weren't they? Deciding to not go further into this, Kurenai asked a more important question. Where are the ones inside? They are safe. I just put them aside for interrogation. Neo made a victory pose with both her hands showing the V sign and her toothy grin on her lips. Kiba jerked his head to the side after hearing something. Guys, I think that we should celebrate later, he said while pointing at the sky. 5 bullheads were coming. toward them and none of them announced the police yet. "Neo," said Naruto. She understood what he meant without any troubles and used her semblance to hide herself. He took Bashosen out and prepared for battle. The others did the same. When the airships were close enough, Naruto yelled, "Scroll of Lightning," as one powerful concentrate wave of lightning flew toward the leading bullhead, hitting it in its wing and making it fall into the water. The other four reached a low enough altitude for the passengers to hope down. Mons dressed in white armor surrounded them in no time. "Who the hell are these guys?" asked Kiba while making sure face the incoming treats. They all formed a circle in order to not have their backs uncovered. "Terrorists. They call themselves White Fang. Am I the only one? Ho thinks that is funny to say this to you. I mean, you have a huge ass white dog and your name means Fang." His allies glanced at him. For a moment, even Akamaru, not the moment. "Okay, what about this? Scroll of Earth." A circular wall of rock erupted from the ground around them, protecting them from an incoming wave of bullets. Before the White Fang members could approach the new structure, many BUGs came toward them from the bottom of it. The sheer number made them open fire hoping to kill some before they could get close. The bugs, who were not even bothered by the bullets, started to pile themselves on some of the unlucky members. Not able to even comprehend if they were going left or right anymore, due to the constant buzzing in their ears and their covered eyes, they dropped their guns and tried to make their way toward the water. Katsuga. The ones that were not covered in bugs were surprised after seeing a mini tornado jumping in the air and then coming toward some of them. When the tornado disappeared, Kiba and Akamaru were seen, engulfed in a thin layer of energy. The others jumped out from their shelter as well, with Kurenai, Hinata, Shino and Sai covered in the same way. Roman witnessed that before getting out of one of the bullheads that just landed. He got a good look at who was dumb enough to mess with him, until his eyes meet Naruto. Raising his cane, he shot a couple of his explosive projectiles toward them, mainly on Naruto. His eyes bolted toward the incoming tornado that was mere meters away. He shot it before it could reach him, sending both Kiba and aka Maru to the ground a couple of meters back. Thanks to the chakra armor they were fine, but shaken nonetheless. Having enough of it already, Roman started to shoot in their direction without even aiming. Barely glancing at where is he pointing his weapon. This was an attempt to gain enough time to call the brothers as it was clear who had the upper hand in this battle. Those useless White Fang members were taken down like they were nothings. The oldest brother finally answered, "You guys better move. Your ass is here right now. Your target is here and he is destroying my plans." He yelled in anger. "Don't worry, we will be there in no time. Hold them where they are and we will take him down," said him with a calm voice. "Hurry up, he is not alone." He couldn't finish as Naruto unleashed a wave of fire toward him. He was getting annoyed with the constant barrage of explosive bullets. Unknown to either of them, Renga was already watching the whole thing via his ice mirrors. With Renga and his brothers, the man was holding his hands in front of him as many snowflakes like mirrors aligned one after another. They were on top of a tall building near the docks. "Your information were truly he. LPFUL Captain," he said before looking behind. With them was a slim, middle-aged man with black hair that started to turn white and a beard that was dressed in a police uniform. He was looking impatient. "Don't try to play the nice guy act. I did as you said and gave those guys wrong info all night. You don't have any idea how hard was for me and the others to keep track of them. I want more than WE established at the beginning," he said with confidence. Renga smiled at him. "Don't worry. A good job must be paid as deserved. Go with Jiga and call the others and tell them to meet you two at the location pointed by him. There you will get every lien that I promised you and an extra. However, before that I would be thankful if you will command the police to stop the access toward the docks in a couple of minutes," he said as he raised his right arm up. Unseen to many, a giant magnifying glass made out of ice formed high in the air, pointed at the docks. "It seems that soon a gas leak will cause pretty big explosion." "Whatever," said the man as he followed Jiga. Ruga smiled deviously after the captain left. "Such a shame that Roman didn't make it. Isn't it, brother? Guess that we will have to offer our condolences for his death to his boss," he He got near the edge and gave his brother a last glance. I will go and make sure that there will be no survivors to tell the tale. After all, the legends always start better with mystery. Indeed, may their ashes scatter in the wind. With that, the youngest brother started to run on the side of the building until he was low enough to safely jump to the roof of the next one. Usually he doesn't use this ability during this time due to the weak sunlight. However, this time he doesn't need power. He needs precision. Back with Naruto. As our protagonist fought against Roman, the others were taking out the remaining enemies. Sai was using only his sword as he saw no point into wasting his technique on such weak combatants. Even so, he made sure to keep an eye on Naruto during this time. He usually uses Shibuki as his main weapon, but he doesn't have any problems fighting with other weapons. He truly is a swordsman of the mist. As he analyzed the fight, his attention was caught by a light that was reflected by something. It trailed on the ground until it reached the door that Naruto used to exit the building. When the light touched he crates, it got smaller and smaller until it was concentrated in a tiny dot, whose heat melted the metal crate. And next thing many of them remembered were flames. And for some unfortunate ones, it was also be the last thing they will ever remember. Neo tried her best to not get in the crossfire between the two forces. Not in a million years would have she expected for Team 8 to be so strong. Throw her partner in it and you have a funeral for the White Fang members. And it only gets worse with each passing second. She was biting her nails through her glove as she saw Roman starting to fire without aiming. His desperate attempt to keep his enemies at bay took out 3 of his own men. She ran toward the exit from the docks while texting Emerald a message. Everything escalated to insanity, way too fast for her to keep it under control. She needs help. She threw one last glance at the fight while still invisible. However, all her hopes were literally blown to pieces as the deposit exploded without any reason. Flames consumed everything and everyone as pieces of concrete and other materials were sent flying in the air. A piece of the roof was coming in her way from above with flames still lingering on it. As she rolled to side, she felt the earth shaking again when the other deposits exploded soon after. Even if their explosions were not as powerful as the first one, EY made the fire-covered ruins even more dangerous with a new wave of falling pieces filling the area. She was safe. She miraculously made it far enough from the dust to not be in any danger, except for the block of concrete mentioned earlier. Her white-colored eyes stared at everything in shock. Now she knew how did the Borbadust from the initiation felt. She regained her sense once she quickly remembered that Roman and her partner were there, somewhere inside that fire. She took a run toward the inferno, hoping that she could find any of them. Without Roman, Cinder's plans could be slowed down, and without Naruto it will be uncertain if Ozpin will let her and the rest of the team continue. It was safe to say that her life depended on whether or not those two were alive. Making her way through the fire, she saw more closely the following of the disaster. The initial blast was powerful enough to actually make a huge crater deep enough for a truck to be buried there. Her heart stopped when she saw a leg sticking out from one of ruined walls. Fortunately for her, the leg didn't belong to Roman nor Naruto. It was most likely from one of the White Fang members. This one was wearing the same shoes and pants as their uniform have. Katsuga. She turned her head toward the source of the yell. A tornado twisted in the air, searching for a safe place to land. Hiba and Akamaru landed, but the Inuzuka fell on the ground, holding tightly on his left hand. Both of them were covered in the same blue aura. However, Akamaru had some burned fur here and there and was keeping his left front leg from touching the ground. Hiba's left sleeve was torn apart entirely with blood dripping on the ground from numerous cuts and burn marks. Other than that, his clothes were not in a great condition. Pant sensei. Hinata. Pant Shino. Pant anyone. He desperately tried to find his teammates as well as anyone who was lucky enough to be alive after that. Help. Both of them heard a desperate voice from under some rocks. It was Shino who was trying his best to get out from under them. Hiba rushed to his side with Akamaru not far behind. He started pushing the rocks with his right H. And while Akamaru tried to pull him out by dragging his collar. Impressively enough, the wounded dog did manage to move the team, even if it was just a little. Hiba panicked when Shino was out. His right leg was bloody. Dude, we have to get you out of here and get some help. For once in his life, the Inuzuka boy wished that Sakura was on his team. At least she was a medic, damn it. Where are Kurenai-sensei and Hinata? Asked Shino while trying to not let Kiba know how much was he in pain. We have to find them too. Like hell you are. I am going to get you to a safe spot and then I will return for them. Kiba, shut up. I was not asking you. You can't do anything else at this point. He knew what he was going to say. Despite his usual lack of emotional expression, Shino was one to hold dear onto his friends. He would usually blame himself when he or Hinata got hurt during missions, even if he would often hide this fact. Just hang on to me and rest. You have done enough, buddy. Neo Watt shed their interaction for a bit before she started looking around again. Emotional attachment, caring for another person. She could never understand what is so great about them. She couldn't do it when she was a kid. She couldn't even care for her own parents when they were raising her. Despite their constant attempts to make her happy and form a bond with her, she couldn't. She just couldn't. And even if she tried to act like they succeeded, they always knew it was a lie. For her, the concept of giving importance to someone else's life was both alien and strange. For her, the people around her were either boring bystanders with no importance or funny people that she can play with until she gets bored. Either way, she couldn't care less if they live or die as long as nothing happens to her. She searched and only found some of the mercenary from Elemental Nation, who were crushed by rocks or were burned to death. There were even some who looked like they were killed just by the blast. Nothing of importance. Wait, there was something of interest. One of the corpses didn't look like he was killed by the explosion. Yeah, his clothes were burned and everything, but it seems that he died from something else. The poor bastard couldn't even be recognized at this point due to the amount of bite marks and missing bits of flesh and skin. It was like 100 of little Grimms ganged on him at once. Deciding to not give it too much thought for now, she started looking around once more. And there he was. Roman was trying his best to crawl his way from under some rubbish. He looked like he had better days. He even lost his hat somewhere. She made herself visible again, only for him to look at her like she was some kind divine chivalry, thank God. Get me out of here already. His somehow strange adoration changed back to his usual rudeness in a matter of seconds. When I get my hands on those brothers, I am going to make carpet out of them. They tried to screw me over and erase the proofs. Neo couldn't care less about his rant. She was happy that he was alive and by the extension she was half safe from Cinder's wrath. Now she only has to get him to a safe spot and look for Naruto. Leaving so soon, Roman? Asked a voice from behind. Roman's eyes widened at the sight of the youngest brother. He was smirking, thinking that neither of them posed any threat. Neo on. Lee spared him a glance before she returned at getting Roman from under the rubbish. He used her as a pivot to get up. To both of their surprise, he still had his cane, that he pointed at his backstabbing enemy. You screwed up fucker. I was nice enough to treat you like partners, but it seems that should have shown you who was the boss. Ha ha ha. He started to laugh in amusement. You really are a funny one. Too bad you will not survive to see tomorrow. I could get used to your kind of humor. Big words from somebody who doesn't know how to hold his weapons properly. Ruga glanced at his tonfas, his smirk still on. Oh, how much will he enjoy the look on his face when he will get eaten alive by his summons. He spread his hands to the sides while water, out of all things, appeared behind him in the form of two thick tentacles. The crime lord didn't waste any moment and shoot toward him. The explosive bullet was stopped by the water. Like a whip, one of them tried to hit both of them. Ruga's eyes widened when their image shattered like glass, leaving nothing behind, slippery piece of garbage. You are not going to escape from me. He raised his hands in the air and prepared to unleash his attacks on the area around him. Scroll of water. Ruga jumped in the air just in time to avoid getting hit by a wave of water that extinguished a good part of the fire behind him. When he landed, his eyes started to search for the source of the attack. It was Naruto. His pants were ripped around his left knee and had burn marks all over them, however his opened jacket was intact. Not a single stain or sign that this person was hit by an explosion. Whistle, pretty resistant piece of clothing you have there. What the hell is it made out of? Asked Ruga. Naruto grinned. Common material and a heck lot of seals. A seal master. Well, would you see? He lowered his weapon without dispelling the water tentacles. What about a deal? My brothers and I, we're actually looking for someone like you. How about you join us? We can give you a fat paycheck, he said with a friendly smile, trying his best to resist his urge to scowl. Crazy bastard. I thought that you would be more affected by the blast. This is already harder than I thought. Whatever. Renga is still on the roof in case that something goes wrong, and Jiga will be back soon. This is your end, Uzumaki. I just have to prolong our fight until he gets here. I kindly reject your generous offer. But how about this? You give up and I will not kill you. He pointed Bashozen at him and put the 7 stars blade back inside his jacket. I'd listen to him if I was in your place, Ruga heard from behind. Kurenai and Hinata, who both sported some minor burn marks on their clothes, were ready to attack the new enemy. You look smart, Enig. To understand that you have no way out of this, said Kurenai. Ruga smirked. Are you sure? Right when he finished his sentence, another heat blast hit the spot right between the two kunoichis, pushing them to the ground. Damn it. Big Bro's techniques gets weaker with each second. It's not even able to get through the chakra armor at this point. Where are you, Jiga? His line of thoughts was interrupted by Naruto, who used Bashozen again. Scroll of Earth. Ruga jumped to the side to avoid the wave of rising rocks and put his hands on the water tendrils, summoning piranhas in them. One of the tendrils tried to reach Naruto while the other one aimed for Kurenai and Hinata. Our protagonist reached again in his jacket and took Shibuki. With one strike, both the water tendril and the flesh-eating fishes were obliterated. He slashed again, this time letting the scroll unroll until the blast could reach his enemy. The man had to stop the tendril that was going toward the girls and use all the water to shield himself, resulting again in the death of his pets. He raised his hands again, this time rising far more water from the ocean. Ruga jumped on the mass of water that soon formed DOZ. Ends of tendrils. Good luck trying to defeat me. I am the strongest when I fight around large masses of water. Who wants to die first? He touched the water with his right hand and summoned 10 sharks. Don't get too cocky. Naruto ran straight toward him while unleashing another round of explosions that destroyed some of the tendrils. Unfortunately, they reformed in a matter of seconds. The blonde J umped back in order to avoid 2 incoming sharks. Like missiles, the tendrils followed Naruto with the summons ready to bite into him. Scroll of Wind. The gust of wind spread the water around and made the aquatic creature poof do. Ruga summoned them back without any problem. Kurenai and Hinata were ready to jump into the fight, but got stopped by Naruto. Leave this place. What? Asked the woman, half angered by his commanding tone and half bewildered. I said leave. Go and search for your other teammates and make sure that they are okay. I will take care of High and Mighty over here. The boy rushed again toward his enemy. He jumped on one of the incoming tendrils and ran on it. 2 other tried to take his head from his shoulders while a third one was coming from the front with a shark in it. Naruto dodged the first 2 and used Shibuki to destroy the third. Kurenai stayed still for a moment, but decided to follow his plan. She and Hinata ran toward the fire, but Ruga sent a tendril toward them. You are not going anywhere. Scroll of Wind. Another gust of wind hit the base of the tendril, making the water fall on the ground. You really think that you are strong enough to care about what the others are doing while fighting me? You really are too confident for your own good, said Naruto. With a smirk. Fine, yelled Ruga with a scowl. I will destroy you first. 5 sharks came toward Naruto. His smirk became a full smile as he used Shibuki. While the 2 fought, Sai watched everything from the sky. When he saw the ray of light going toward the deposit, he quickly used his scroll to make a bird. His intuition was right. Someone was aiming to kill them all. Good thing that made it out in time. The same thing couldn't be said about the rest of team. As bad as it is, he still has to watch Uzumaki and see how strong he is. Danzo-sama's orders were above everything else. With Emerald, Mercury, Team RWBY and JNPR, they were running toward the docks as fast as they could. It's safe to say that they were all impressed by the speed and precision of the rocket lockers. They reached the street that was leading straight toward the docks. The flames were already clear from their position. Both the police and the firefighters already blocked every way toward the raging inferno. Reporters and regular people gathered as close as possible to see what was happening. "Stop right there," yelled an officer at them. "Nobody is allowed there. Everyone has to calm down. Calm down. There is obviously something going on in there. We are huntsmen in training. Let us go so we could help." Yang tried to convince the man. "There is no way that we are going to let anyone go there. There are still explosions going on there. And even if you are huntsmen in training, that doesn't make you more qualified than the firefighters that are going to head there. We know about the explosions. Our friend most likely did it. We got to help him." Ruby tried to explain without realizing what she did. Weiss, Blake and Ren slapped their foreheads after hearing what she said. "So your friend did this?" asked the man with a raised eyebrow. Weiss jumped in. "No. Don't listen to her. She is mentally retarded." "Hey, I am not retarded. He did the same during the initiation," said Ruby loud enough for every officer around them to hear. "The 10 of you will come with me to the police station. I don't know if you are trying to pull my leg or if you really know something about what happened, but I will find out there. We have a wounded here. Where is the medic?" They all watched as 5 figures approached the police, coming from the docks. The group gasped after they saw the state that Kiba and Shino were. Kiba was holding his arms in pain while Shino was carried by Kurenai and Hinata. Ruby and Yang rushed to their side with the other not far behind. "Oh my god, what happened? Are they going to be alright?" asked Ruby in fear. "We were caught in the explosion and we still can't find Sai. Please tell us where can we find a medic," said Kurenai with concern for her students. "Where are Naruto and Neo?" asked Emerald as 2 medics came running to take the 2 boys. "He is still there. He is fighting one person that we suspect that is responsible for the explosion. However, we know nothing about where Neo is. Unfortunately, we have to get back there and find Sai." Kurenai winced in pain. Even if she wasn't in state as bad as her genins, she did not escape without any damage. She got more than a couple of bruises under her clothes. Hinata was the only one to make it out of there nearly unscratched was because she used Junkin to protect herself from everything that was shoot in her direction. Kurenai was concerned about the state of her hands and wrists. "Ma'am, I am sorry to say, but you and this group are not going anywhere. Not as you are right now. Please let us do our job and let the medics take care of you," said the same cop that stopped the gang. "Oh, for the love of dust. Screw it," yelled kicked the cop dead in the face and took a run for it before anyone could do anything to stop him. The other followed his example short after. "Did you really have to let him out cold?" asked John. "I hate people who stick too much to the rules as much as I hate people who make rules," responded the gray-haired teen. "Good to know." John made a mental note about this. He has some mean kicks. Back with Naruto. Scroll of fire. A wave of flames tried to reach Ruga only to be stopped by a tentacle. Not feeling intimidated, Naruto used Shibu Ki to destroy another incoming shark. "Don't you have any other tricks?" "I am getting bored here," taunted Naruto. "Shut your trap, you wannabe hero." Ruga jumped down from the mass of water and ran toward Naruto while the tentacles continued to attack our protagonist. "Wannabe hero?" asked the blonde teen while unrolling Shibuki to blast Ruga. "I don't want to be the guy who was bragging about his achievements. But I beat villains way tougher than you when I was 7. You will need more than this makeshift water gun to put me down." Ruga jumped on one of the tentacles to avoid the explosion. "Yeah. I am sure that it was really hard to kill the likes of Gato." He used the water appendage to launch himself toward Naruto. He tried to hit the boy with his right tonfa only to be blocked by the sharp edge of Shibuki. "Gato. I haven't heard that name in years. Don't tell me that you worked for that scum. Is this what you are trying to do? Make your own empire? Got to say, you made a great star. With your whole dock operation?" asked Naruto, genuinely curious. He ducked under an incoming tendril. This gave Ruga enough time to make some distance between them. "We never worked for that wealthy midget." The youngest brother smirked. "And this is not going to be like Nami. This is your end, Uzumaki." More tendrils shoot from the ocean, all aiming toward Naruto. Before he could react, a swirl of roses went through them, cutting them in the process. RWBY shied his attention toward the direction that it came from. 9 individuals were coming running through the flames that lost most of their power due to their fight. "Stop right there," he heard from his left. RWBY stopped using her semblance and made pose that was meant to make her more intimidating. She was holding her sight in her right arm, while her left foot was standing on a pile of concrete and steel pipes. "You are not going to get away with hurting our friends. Surrender, or you can take your shot us. Either way is going to hurt," said Yang while cracking her knuckles. Naruto smiled. "You guys really know when to drop in. I don't know if I could have all 3 of them at once. I would appreciate if you two would get out of your hiding place," he said, looking behind. All of them pointed their weapons in that direction when they heard clapping noises. 2 other individuals appeared. They didn't have to be told that. "They are with the guy that Naruto was fighting with. I am impressed, hero. Not only that you survived such an explosion with minimum amount of damage, but you even managed to overpower my little brother for most of the fight. You are truly a demon," said the slim one. Naruto pointed Shibuki at them. "Who are you?" His cold glare showed no emotion toward them. "What are you after? Come on now, Don." Chi treated us with the cold shoulder. The oldest brother smiled. "After all, you can consider us your fans. I mean, we came all the way here from Elemental Nation to kill you," he finished with a threatening glint in his eyes. The other were surprised by this statement. However, Naruto's expression didn't change at all. "Is that all?" He raised an eyebrow. "I don't know how to feel about the fact that this is not the most insane thing that one of my fans did. But I suppose that you are the ones that pissed me out the most." He used Bashosen to send a wave of wind toward them. The attack was LLED midway through the air like it hit an invisible wall. Renga lost his smile. "I am sad to hear this. And more sad that this how our first meeting has to end." Looking to his right, he saw cops who air making their way toward them. "I bid you farewell." All 3 of them jumped in the air and stepped on something that none of the students could see. RWBY tried to use her semblance, but she only nagged to hit her head onto something hard way before she could even get close to them. The others opened fire at them. The bullets were stopped in the same way as Naruto's attack was. Naruto stood there for a second. He tried his best to find a way to explain everything that happened to Old Man Hiruzen. The teens rushed to Naruto's side. "What was that all about?" asked Weiss. "We don't have time for that now. We have to get out off here and find Neo," said the blonde boy. Right after he finished his sentence, the said girl appeared from behind some concrete blocks. "Neo!" yelled Emerald while running toward her. She embraced her with all her strength. "You are so dead when we get back to Beacon," she whispered in her ear. "So, she is all right. That's good," said Naruto before falling on his knees. "Whoa there," said Yang while trying to pick him up. She stopped in shock when she realized that blood was basically dripping from his right side. "Sorry about this. I really am happy that you guys showed up. I didn't know much longer I could have acted like I was fine." He grinned at them. "You really saved my butt today." "Everybody freeze," yelled the officer that Mercury kicked not long ago. "Well, this is going to be fun to explain," said Blake. 2 days later, Team UNME's dorm. Everything worked relatively fine after that incident. Even if Roman was never found by the police, the other teams from Elemental Nation managed to shut down the organization. The guys captured by Naruto rattled everything they knew. The location of the leaders is unknown to this day. Old Man Hiruzen and other cages sent him their congratulations to them and made sure that none of the truth will be leaked to the public. The media told the masses that everything was an accident caused by some dust transport that was not handled right. Of course, there were still some of the more skeptical people that said that it's something caused by the White Fang. Which would be half right. Team 8 returned back to Okonoha yesterday under the excuse of family matters, which was not hard to believe since more than half of the team was composed from clan heirs. Their belongings were picked by Sai and 2 Anbi us. As for the pale boy, Naruto knows for sure that Hiruzen will punish him for not helping his teammates. In their place the team from Suna or Kiri will be sent to Beacon from Haven. Needless to say, Yuto was looking forward to meeting either of them tomorrow. With some luck, he might meet with some old friends. Team RWBY, Janeper and NME demanded an explanation for everything. Which brings him to his current situation. He was sitting on his with his friends all around him. He managed to escape this the other day due to his need for medical attention. However, he was released today. So, started Emerald. What was that all about? Yeah, what was all that? We came all the way here to kill you, thing. Approved RWBY. Sigh, do you want the short version or the long one? He really hoped that they choose the short one. He doesn't feel like spilling out all his life until this point. The long one. And keep all the details. You owe us a movie after all, said Weiss. She was still sour about the fact that they lost the movie because of this incident. She was really looking forward to it. Okay. Gee, I think I owe you this much. He took a long breath. Do you remember when I said that I have a reputation everywhere? In Elemental Nation, the two sisters and Neo nodded. Well, I will start from all that began. When I was 5 and I left Konoha, I started to train myself in order to survive. I learned to fight the bad guys on my own with nobody to teach me. Mainly from first-hand experience. The wild predators and bandits were the start, but soon, as the years passed, I began to get involved in much more dangerous businesses. Robbers, gangsters, corrupt politicians and police, you name it. It got to the point where my travels were meant to bring me closer to this kind of affairs. I lived for danger and I loved it. However, this way of living brought me a lot of unwanted attention. Guys like the ones from 2 days ago started to hunt me for various reasons. Most of the time, they were sour losers or underlings of some guys that I took down. The group listened closely. RWBY and Nora had stars in their eyes, while Neo perked up after hearing his story. So that's what those guys were? Asked Mercury. No, the one that I fought with made it clear that they are acting on their own. It's rare for me to become someone's target like this, but not the first time it happened. There are always reasons to want someone dead, he finished. So, you are hero. That's so cool. You are my coolest friend. Yelled RWBY. Hey, was the reaction of Young, Mercury and, surprisingly, Weiss. RWBY quickly pointed her finger at Weiss. Aha. So, you do admit that we are friends. Weiss gained a sharp glint in her eyes. No. I just admitted that you think that we are friends. Oh. The Yunjas. T of the group lost all her enthusiasm after hearing that, much to the amusement of the others. Ren shifted his attention back at Naruto. Your story covers everything so far. Except for one thing. Why did that person called you a demon? Naruto grinned. They are most likely referring to one of the nicknames that I got during my travels. They call me the Guardian Demon of the South Gate, in Kiri. That's an oddly specific nickname, said Blake with an raised eyebrow. Neo decided to ask a question that has been bothering her for a while. She shoved her scroll forward to show him that she typed something. What happened in Kiri? The others didn't know where did this question came from, but Naruto did. So, you listened back then? She nodded. Sigh, fine. If you guys can keep this a secret, then I will show you something cool. They looked among each other and agreed. Naruto got up and put his jacket down. I am not going to enter in too much details about how I got this. There are just own things that I am not ready to talk about. He started to remove his shirt, which got some of the girls blushing. His six-packs and strong pectorals made John start another round of silent jealousy. Neo didn't get any visible reaction. She was already expecting him to have such a physique. After all, he is the guy that swings around a sword nearly as big he is in just one hand. However, she paid much attention toward 3 things. The first one were the rest of the tattoos that no one has seen so far. The chain of strange characters continued down his neck and led toward his heart. There W, as another circle which was linked again by another chain to a swirl on his stomach. The second thing was RHE fact that the wound from his fight was already fully healed. And finally, the scars that were all over his torso. On his left side she saw 2 slash-like scars and one that looked like was stabbed near his hip. On his right side there was a burn-like mark that extended more on his back. 2. RNING around he let the others see that the scar covered most of his lower back. I got this back then. This is both my pride and my curse, but most importantly, this almost ended my career as a warrior. He started to put his shirt back on. An enemy managed to land a solid blow on me. Not only did left this ugly mark, but it nearly shattered my spine. The medics told me that this wound was supposed to put me in a wheelchair for the rest of my life. He turned to face them again. I didn't accept that. That's why I pulled myself together and recovered, he finished with a wide smile. The other sweat dropped. I pulled myself together and recovered. You are clearly not normal if this is what happened, said Emerald. She was concerned because of the fact that she started to get used to his behavior. Neo was clearly amused by his statement. Her partner was funny as always. Now that's rude, Emerald. I decided to share my past with you all and you say something like this. Really? Okay then. Wah. Tea about the other three. Oh great warrior. He gained a smirk. It's interesting really. He paused for a bit. I have no goddamn idea how I got those wounds. Everybody's sweat dropped further at his truthful tone. Neo was shaking in amusement. How can you not know that? Asked Weiss. Come on now, Weiss. How am I supposed to remember such thing? After all, I got so drunk at that time that I couldn't remember anything in the next morning. You were what? Was everyone's question except for Neo. Yeah, usually, the drinking age back home is the same as here, but there's some exceptions for the ones that enrolled in the army from a younger age and such. That was the first time I ever got drunk. This is also the reason why I avoided anything with alcohol in it ever since. Right when I thought at you and my Uncle Crow could be buddies, said Yang. That is going to be all the stories that I will tell you today, said Naruto. Boo. They were lame. Why couldn't you tell something more exciting? Whined Nora. Naruto gained a tick mark on his forehead. He is not going to glorify himself in front of anyone, but neither is he going to let someone say that anything about him is lame. Oh, is that so? How about I tell you another story then? My first visit in the land of snow together with. If you are going to tell her bedtime stories, can you do it in her dorm? Asked Weiss. I would like to finally see my movie. She lifted her scroll. I can lend you a TV that you can connect the scroll to, said Naruto. That would be much appreciated. Thank you. The boy reached into the jacket and pulled a flat TV screen that barely fit through. Yay. Movie night, yelled Ruby. Do you have any popcorn and or soda in there? Asked John. With or without butter? He asked after handing the TV to Mercury. With, said Nora, Ruby, John, Mercury and Yang. Without, said Weiss, Blake, Ren, Pyrrha and Emerald. Neo typed, ice cream. He chuckled. I should start charging people for things like this, he said while taking out some bottles of soda and cups. What? No. Where else could we get awesome stuff for free? Said Mercury. Naruto threw a bucket of popcorn at his head. Shut up before I decide to charge you. A collective laughter erupted from the others. They watched the movie like nothing happened. Short jokes were thrown now and then. In short, it was anything that someone could expect from a normal movie night. However, on the inside they were having their own thoughts. That was a close one. Cinder is not going to be happy. Is this how a real hero's life is like? I need to get stronger. All those White Fang members died for something like this. I could have been me if I wouldn't have left. Those three looked really strong. Like way out of my league strong. I am way too weak. I can't argue with my friend's past decision, but if that is how an exciting life looks like, then I am better with a boring one. Whoa, it's no good. I am getting bored again. Emmy is so mean for cutting off my fun. Well, it seems that I am relying on my partner for entertainment. Giggle, I wonder what kind game will he start tomorrow. He is my funniest playmate so far. Those three don't seem like the kind of guys to give up easy. Not after we destroyed their empire. We have to be careful from now on. Same time. With Ozpin. The headmaster saw and heard a lot during his life, but not once did he expect to be so surprised by the file about Naruto Uzumaki. He didn't know if he should be impressed or concerned. A child shouldn't have been through such things. He lifted his mug up, but stow PPED before it could reach his lips. Neither of them should have. And yet, the four children who were no older than my students faced all of this. Even a veteran huntsman would have been affected by such an event happening before his eyes. Is it them who are too mature for their age, or is it us who are too childish? He put the mug back on the desk and sat in silence. After a moment of thinking, he reached for his scroll. They came here to learn from us and they ended up showing us that we have to improve ourselves. And unfortunately I know the perfect person to show me the start of this road. A ship near the border of Vale. Same time. Come on now. Don't try to hide that smile, said a blonde girl with her hair held in four tails. Let him be Tamari. Shut up, Konkoro. How am I supposed to tease Gaara if he isn't showing me any reaction? Could you stop this? We are not the only ones here, said their sensei Baki as he turned toward a woman that was sitting some sits away from they. I am sorry for their behavior. I hope that they are not bothering you, miss. You don't need to use formalities when we are not in public. I thought that I made this clear when I signed the alliance between our countries. You all can call me Koyuki, said the ruled of the now renamed Land of Spring. Beside any friends of Naruto's are my friends. Right. I nearly forgot about that. However, I still insist that is the best for you keep a strict image while in Remnant. The woman just brushed it off. Don't worry about me. Atlas already approved to help the developing of technology in Spring. As far I am concerned, until I get back to Elemental Nation, I am on a vacancy and everybody of importance knows this. A school isn't exactly the most attractive tourism spot, said Konkoro toward his siblings. Tamari sighed. You are as dense as a rock, Konkoro, what's that supposed to mean? As they continued their argument, Gaara was looking out on the window. Beacon. Why would he want to go there? Even so, it feels nice to meet an old friend, thought the red-haired boy with a small, barely visible, smile. Naruto was sitting on his seat while trying his best to not fall asleep during Professor Port's story about his youth. He would take a life-threatening wound over this experience any day. At least that you could know for sure that it is going to kill him fast, or at least faster than the boredom. Most of the class didn't make it this far. This was the moment when he got an incredible idea. If his is going to spend his time doing nothing, he may as well try to figure out how to make his pocket dimension to be able to create working grims. Taking a notebook out of his jacket, he started to revise of the seals written in it. He lifted his eyes from it for a second when he heard silence. Everybody was taking cover, literally everybody. Even Port was nowhere to be seen. Oh ha ha, very funny guys. I can't do more than explosives. Just so you know. Port lifted his head from under the desk. Mr. Uzumaki. I would appreciate if you would take care of your businesses outside my class. Just as he said that, the bell rang. This caused the students to run out of the class. And for once not because of the lesson. Well, at least we didn't need to hear more about Professor Port's explosive hunting performance as a teenager. Naruto turned his head toward Yang's seat. She was getting out from under the table, as well as the others. Why in the name of the Sage of Six Paths did you all take cover? Blake crossed her arms. There were 2 huge explosions in Vale in less than a week. Go figure. For the last time, it was not me who blew up the deposit. Give me a break. I don't want to spend my next 4 years treated like a suicide bomber. Mercury put his hand on his shoulder. Chill down. Everyone is on the edge. What about it? Are you really saying this to me after hiding under your desk? In my defense, Neo did it before me. No, she didn't. She fell from her seat back. She is asleep. Naruto pointed toward the pink and brown-haired girl, who was sleeping soundlessly on the floor, with a frown on his face. Mercury scratched the back of his head. Well, what do you know? I have no excuses then. Can't blame her. Port's lessons do this to you, said Ruby while looking at her fallen comrade. Naruto picked her in his arms and headed outside. Weiss raised an eyebrow. You are carrying her an awful lot these days. No, I don't, Weiss. I just carry her when she falls asleep during lessons. Which happens very often, pointed out John. And which you shouldn't encourage. Seriously, you should try to keep her awake during lessons. Or at least wake her up, finished Weiss. Yang gained a cheeky smile. Said the heavy sleeper of Team RWBY. This got short laugh out of Ruby and Blake. Weiss was the one that always woke up last. Is not easy to wake her up. I tried everything already. Why aren't you using that ice cream technique of yours? Asked Emerald. Neo always woke up on instant when she was threatened to not be given ice cream for a week or so. Can't do. I fear that if I use that too often it will start to lose its effect on her. Besides, I can't afford to buy her that stuff every time to make her stop being angry at me. At least not until I find a way to win some money. My budget is pretty low right now. Neo told me that you bought food for Eve, Ryan during this mission of yours, said Mercury with a raised eyebrow. I was planning on making them pay for it after the mission was done. How could I know that they were going to get injured and sent back home? How did you gain money before coming to Beacon? Asked RWBY. Odd jobs and bounty hunting, was his short answer. Bounty hunting. Weiss put her hands on her hips. Yeah, it was a solid source of income. And it helps the society. Like getting rid of the trash. Mercury smiled. The one-time community work brings monies, he joked, but just out of curiosity, how much are we talking about? Well, back in Elemental Nation, the highest reward I got was 155 million Rio. How much is that in leans? Think of 1 lean as in US dollar. Naruto did a quick math on the value between the currencies. Around 1,550,000 leans. More or less. I don't remember for sure how much is worth a Rio here. 155,000 leans. Yelled everyone, except for Weiss. Their voices were loud enough to wake up Neo. Huh, that is actually some decent money, said the heiress. Where did all those money go? Asked Emerald. A lot people will say a lot of bad things about her. She will deny most of them. However, one thing that she can't deny is the fact that she is a penny pincher. Blame her childhood on the streets for that. This is also why she gets angry when she sees other people throwing insane amount of money for stupid and useless things. Naruto put Neo down, which made her pout because she couldn't laze around anymore. Oh well, if she is awake, she may as well see what are they talking about. Well, for the start I used those money for food and clothing as well as to pay for my travels. Believe me, even when you go with the train, is still going to cost you a lot if you go from town to town every day. Can't forget about the paper and ink that I use for my seals. I used some special chakra-infused paper and ink that is made only in Elemental Nation to make their effect greater. Yeah, nobody can argue with that fact, said Yang with a deadpan expression. Those cost a bit, especially when you use a sword that burns through 2 or 3 of them with each swing. And don't think the things that I keep pulling out of my jacket were free. What can I say? Life's expensive, and with that in your mind, don't expect me to pull any free cool stuff out of it anytime soon, he finished while looking at Mercury. Yeah, ammunition cost is the worst, said RWBY while patting him on the back. With all the dust on the market, her ammunition is dirt cheap. Even so, it's still limiting the amount of bullets that she can get a lot. Which sucks. Mercury leaned closer to him, just for curiosity, how exactly does this bounty hunter thing officially works? I mean, what happens before and after I hunt the guy? Naruto reached in his jacket and pulled a book that he handed to the silver-haired teen. This is a bingo book. Inside you will find a picture and a description of the every criminal from Elemental Nation as well as the reward for their head. Make sure that you bring them in the specified condition to the ones that emitted the bounty or a special center that takes care of the transport and payment. Though, I don't know how many centers like that you can find in Remnant. That's pretty much it. You can keep it. These things are getting outdated faster than the newspapers. I don't even know if half of those are still up for taking. With Roman, same time, the crime lord had seen better days. Not only did he almost lost his life 2 days ago, but Cinder made it clear she isn't going to let him off the hook for this. He is alive because she considers that, as long as the dust didn't get back in the hands of the enemies, nothing of importance was lost. This made him both relieved and baffled. That was enough ammunition to arm an entire army. What could be in that woman's head? The White Fang on the other hand. They were very loud when they heard that a lot of their best men were either captured or killed. Best men my ass. They all fell like flies, he mumbled to himself in the empty room. The ones from Elemental Nation. They were stronger and faster than those thugs, even with those antique weapons of theirs. He needs stronger henchmen. Better weapons. He needs to be better. Otherwise, he is going to be swallowed whole in this fight between monsters. But how? How could he do anything when Cinder is watching every and each of his steps? It's not like he is going to find strong guys like those on the corner of the street. Looking at his cane that was on a table, he got his answer. I am not your pet. You better watch your back, hag. Back with the gang. 1400. The last bell of the day rang, signaling the end of the lesson. Opposite to how Port's class usually works. During Dr. Ubleck's lesson, everyone had to be wide awake in order to understand what is he saying. That guy has to cut some coffee from his diet. If he continues to drink that stuff all day, he is going to be as fast a might guy, which wouldn't be bad given the fact that he is still a huntsman. Naruto scratched his jaw. Hey guys, do you think that I should start drinking coffee like Professor Ubleck does? No, was the answer of every student in the class. Even Nora. Doctor, I haven't got a PhD for nothing, Mr. Uzumaki. Please respect my status. Okay, sheesh. I only asked, said the blonde with his hands raised. No coffee for you. Not now. Not ever, said Emerald with a stern tone. Naruto already has a huge amount of stamina. The last thing they need is for him to get more energy from the caffeine. It would be like seeing Nora on steroids. I don't have time, and neither do I wish to have to deal with you on a caffeine rush, said Weiss. Now if you excuse me. I have to go. She started to walk away from the group. Where is she going? Asked Yang. Is not like they have anything especially entertaining around here. $12 that she is going to see the new transfer students, said Emerald. Oh yeah, the new ones, said Ruby while rubbing her shoulder. She is still affected by the state that Kiba and Shino were 2 days ago. They were cool guys, and Akamaru the second sweetest dog. Right next to Sway. He misses them already. Don't worry little sis. Those guys are fine. I am sure that they are going to be up and kicking butts in a couple of weeks. Yang started to mess her hair. Yawning. Stop this. How about we go as well? Proposed Naruto. Why not? Said Blake. Landing ground. A lot of students had the same idea as them. Not only first years, but second and third year as well. Even Cardin and his team. Well, they seem to follow Naruto around every day after school. Usually they waited for any order from him. Seriously dude, what have you done to them? Whispered John to Naruto. He raised an eyebrow. Do you really want to know? Why do I have the feeling that I don't? Pyrrha patted John's back. I think that none of us does. Pyrrha, please stop making it sound like I am a demon. Don't know, started Yang. I do like the way we are treated. She was referring to all the first year that were making a path for them through the crowd. The second and third year were looking at them but didn't said anything. Just as they arrived in front, the ship that was bringing the new students got close enough to land. Ozpin and Gly, NDA were waiting to greet the new students, as well as Ubleck's new assistant for the history classes. The ship opened its entrance revealing 3 teens and a Junin that Naruto knew very well, along with a 4th teen he has never seen. He was tall and well built with a lot of scars on his body. Hilo Eye Candy, Yang eyed the 4th member of the team from head to toes. Naruto, however, didn't pay any attention to what she said. Instead, he started to walk toward the team from Suna and out of the crowd. Wait, Naruto, what are you doing? Ruby tried to make him stop. Her voice fell upon deaf ears. Neo saw her partner and decided to go alongside him, not really understanding the point of it. She was hoping for something fun to get out of it. Mercury and Emerald tried to follow them in order to drag them back. Well, Emerald was going to do that. Mercury was just feeling out of whatever was happening. The team from Suna saw him and started to walk forward as well. Ozpin thought that they were coming to greet him, so he stepped forward. I am glad to have you all here. Welcome to Beacon Academy. He stopped when he saw that none of the teens had any intention of slowing down. Baki G. OT next to Ozpin and Glinda. I am sorry about this. Don't take it personally. They have to catch up with an old friend. All eyes were on the marching teams. Naruto and Gaara were stuck in a staring contest. Neither wished to break the eye contact. Once they were 2 meters away from each other, they stopped. The crowd was waiting for a fight to start in any moment. The tension was raising. RWBY leaned toward Emerald. What the heck is happening? No idea. Somehow they ended up in 2 rows, each of them facing one of the other team's member. Emerald was in front of Kankuro, while Mercury was looking straight at the 4th team. Neo was looking at Temari. She smiled and waved her hand at the blonde girl, who was looking at her as if she was judging her for something. Naruto and Gaara made another step. They raised their right hands and clenched their fists. Just when RWBY covered her eyes with hands to avoid seeing the fight that was about to start, the 2 of them bumped fists. Naruto grinned in a manner that made him like a fox and Gaara smiled softly. Good to see you, buddy. Is good to see you too. As they exchanged this short greeting, Kankuro came closer and high-fived Naruto. You look good for someone that went through hell, declared Temari. And the sun didn't burn that sharp tongue of yours yet. What's your secret, Temari? To say that every student was confused was an understanding. Neo smiled. Their reaction was not half bad. It still had a long way from the fun that she expected from her partner, but still acceptable. Mr. Uzumaki, started Ozpin, as much as love to see a long-awaited reunion. I fear that we have far more pressing matters now. He brought his hands together in an apologetic manner. Sorry about this. Baki stepped in. I think is all right, Ozpin Dono. You have businesses with me after all. It shouldn't be a problem for Naruto to show my students around. The headmaster glanced at Glinda, who checked something on her scroll. She nodded toward her boss. Very well then. Please follow me. I trust you will not cause any trouble by doing so, Mr. Uzumaki. Leave it to me. Come on, guys. I gotta present you to the cool guys. He motioned toward Team RWBY and JNPR, but first. What's the number of your room? 130, said Gaara. Cool. It's close to ours. Cardin. You and your team will move their things in room 130. If anything is missing, you will regret it. The 4 unfortunate boys ran toward the ship in the next second. Now let's get out of this crowd. They all followed Naruto as the crowd once again made a path for him. Team RWBY and JNPR followed as well. Once they were away from all the students, who still didn't figure out everything that just happened, he stopped. Okay everyone, I want you to meet Gaara, Kankuro, Temari and, I am sorry. But I guess that we haven't met before. No, we haven't, Naruto-sama. I am Shira. I have been chosen as the 4th member of Gaara-sama's team. It's nice to meet you all, he smiled. Likewise. Anyway, this 3 are my first friends and the kids of the Cage. I hope you will get along. Nice to meet you. Gaara's monotone voice was a bit strange for the other, but they smiled nonetheless. Same. Kankuro simply smiled. I hope this idiot didn't get you in too much trouble. Temari pointed toward Naruto. And now, they are all my friends from Beacon. First, there is Neo. She is my partner and a really funny girl. You will get along just fine. She waved again. By the way, she can't talk, but it doesn't stop her from communicating just fine. Most of the time you are the only one who can fully understand what does she want, thought the gang, Emerald and Mercury included. Then there's Emerald. She is the smart one in my team. And one hell of a fighter. A pleasure. The girl kept it short. Mercury is the last one from my team. He can pack a punch when he is cornered. I prefer kicks. Team RWBY, composed from Ruby Rose, the youngest huntress that ever entered in Beacon. She blushed at the prize. Weiss. Schnee, heiress of a large company. Blake Belladonna, avid reader, and Yang Xiaolong, the party chick. And lastly but not last, Team JNPR, composed from John Ark, the nice guy, hey, Nora Valkyrie. And super energetic gal, Pira Nikos, hello, considered a prodigy around here, and Lai Ren, usually the quiet one. Yang scratched the back of her head. I thought that was Blake's job. I am not quiet. I am just too busy carrying for important stuff. Like my books. Me too, declared Ren. Now that we know each other, what do you want to see first? Where do you guys have fun around here? Asked Kankuro. Or at least point me the training grounds. I am here because the old man made me. I'd rather spend my time doing something truly productive. Oh sorry. Except for the Emerald Forest we don't have any training ground. And about the fun part, I am sure you can find something. Team Suna looked a bit dejected by this information. What's the point of having a school for training if you don't have a space where the students can train in their free time? RWBY got an idea, but what about the pocket dimension that you put in your team's dorm? Gaara, Temari and Kankuro raised an eyebrow. Pocket dimension? Did he really got that far with Fuinjutsu? Shiro was completely left out of the conversation at this point. He had no idea what are they talking about. Well, I suppose we can use that for sparring. But now I still have a lot to work on it. For now I should just where you can find the classes. You will figure out the rest on the run. The last 4 hours were very amusing for Naruto. After they finished the tour, he and the gang did some bonding time with the Suna team. The result was more than perfect. These guys clicked very well. At the start, the students were very careful to not anger any of his friends. His talk about how powerful the cages are really scared them. Over time, however, the atmosphere became more and more friendly. Right now, they are sitting in the cafeteria telling stories and joking. Even Weiss and Blake enjoyed their company. And I tell you, that guy had to spit rocks and teeth just to breath after Naruto was done with him. It was messy, but that no good bastard never bad-mouthed Gaara again. The final of his story got a chorus of laughters from the group. Oh my god, no wonder that Cardin listens to you, said John. Hey, I am not that bad. I was 8 years old and that punk only lost his first row of teeth. They grew back. He took a sip from a can. Yang leaned on her hands with the elbow on the table. You guys are almost like brothers. It's so cute, she teased. Yeah, he and Gaara were almost inseparable back then. However, they always knew that Naruto had to leave Suna. They haven't been in touch much lately. But it didn't change anything. Temari pointed to the two of them, who were standing next to each other. Good friendships should be cherished even from distance. Yeah, like Gaara said. Just because I didn't have time to visit the guys from Elemental Nation doesn't mean that something changed between us. By the way, did anything happen in the last couple of months? Like, big things, same old, but I don't know how you became more popular than ever. It seems that a lot of people miss you. Especially in Kiri and the like, Kankuro hinted. Again with that, I will visit as soon as I get the chance. If I don't they might send a search party. Too late for that, said Temari between bites of food. Who came with you? I bet that you can't guess who it is in 3 tries or less, declared Kankuro. So it's someone I know. Given how many people I know, I think that this is the first bet I can't win. I will give it a try anyway. He started to think which of them cool. D possibly come to Remnant in the first place. Don't tell me that good old Zabuza is here. Nope, he is the Junin sensei for the team from Kiri. I feel bad for whoever got to have him as a teacher. Cutting the number again by taking out those that could be busy with something else, is it Cousin Karen? He asked with a little fear in his voice. God forbid you know what they say about Uzumaki Wome. And she has plenty of reasons to be mad at me. Thank Lord above. No, she isn't here. The 3 brothers started to shake. Gaara included. It is not the fact that she is strong, but they had seen how she can be when she is angry. She once visited Suna to hide from Orochimaru. It was not nice. Shukaku ended up yelling for someone to throw holy water on her. Even if the red-haired boy was the only one who heard it, the others made a mental note about Naruto having a cousin. Not even her. As he started to think again, the entrance opened. One by one the boys started to look in that direction with their jaws dropped. Naruto gained a grin when he noticed their reaction. It's Koyuki, he declared. You lucky jackass, said Kankuro before noticing the way she was dressed. She was wearing a low-ing kimono that went all the way to her ankles that left her shoulders exposed in a rather daring manner. And did she put on some makeup? That was not how she was dressed when they were on the ship. Naruto-kun, it's been so long, she greeted from distance, happiness clear in her voice. Everyone from the table was left without words sans Neo, but she faked it anyway. One reason being the fact T. had just last night they saw her movie and now there she is. In real life, however, Weiss took the first place when it came to her reaction. She got up from her seat with her hands on the table. At his point she was unable to move or talk properly. Instead, She was stuttering something along the line of K. Wait, Weiss finally got out of her super fangirl state and separated the two of the You shouldn't do this kind-ass shameful displays in public. Her face was as red as Pyrrha's hair. Her eyes darted toward Naruto. You savage pervert. What have I done? Oh my. Koyuki looked close. Are it the ones that were at the same table as Naruto? Excuse me, but are you perhaps Weiss Schnee? Yes. She was standing straight like a solider. Aye, it's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Koyuki. The CTRESS Queen caught Weiss's hands with hers and smiled. I am so happy to finally meet you. I heard so much about your performance as a singer. I have to warn you, if you continue to do such a good job, we might end up on the same stage one day. Her little joke made Weiss's face to gain a fiery shade of red. Aye, it would be my pleasure. Koyuki then saw Pyrrha, even Pyrrha Nikos. As always, Naruto-kun, you manage to make the most surprising friends anywhere you go. I actually meet your manager and he came with the idea of us playing in the same movie. If I remember correctly, it was supposed to be an action movie with a bit of drama. Pyrrha became even more shocked than before. What? I am sure that I made it clear that I don't want to play in movies. What is he thinking? Don't be too hard on him, Pyrrha-chan. He didn't push the matter too hard. Beside, you should really harvest your talent even if you are going to be a huntress. I will think about it. Thank you very much. She really meant it. What a polite girl. Koyuki returned her attention toward Naruto. Anyhow, could you be nice enough to come with me for a bit? I have something to discuss with you. Ah yeah, I just whoa. He was interrupted by the older woman who took him by the arm. That's great. Don't worry, it would not take long. Hey wait, I still haven't finished eating. I am hungry. Don't. Whoa. When the door closed behind them, the whole room fell into silence. What the fuck? Asked everyone in chorus. The boys were fuming at the thought of a hot woman like that going after the bully of the school. The girls started to gossip between themselves, bringing to life various theories about the relationship between them. Those ranged from passionate forbidden love to him forcing himself on her in the past and blackmailing her in the present. In short, Naruto is going to become even more notorious among the students after this. Hey, wait, Weiss began to run after them. John turned his head toward Team Suna. May we know the reason for that? Tamari smiled. Let the hero enjoy the attention. He deserves this. However, she covered her mouth with her hand to hide her devious grin. I didn't expect her to be that bold. Konkuro tried to forget that something like this happened. Seriously now. The paparazzi will be everywhere if they find out about this. That lucky bastard. He took a sip from a glass to cool himself down a bit, but I can't say that I am jealous. You should see the ruckus that he causes back home. Everyone is a fan of Mr. Hiro Uzumaki. They sweat dropped. It can be louder than this. Emerald felt how her scroll started to vibrate. Looking to see who texted her, she saw a link from Cinder. She wanted to see what it was, but the others got up from the table. This is something for later. Ozpan's office. Same time. He just finished talking with Baki about the future of the exchange project as well as the reason why an actress, out of all the possible things, is in Beacon as a visitor. Touching a button on his desk, a holographic screen appeared showing the image of the one and only James Ironwood. It's been a while, Ozpans. To be frank, I never thought Hat you will ever call me outside of work. Even if I did make it in your personal circle. This doesn't make it any less professional, James. I am sorry to bother you even if you have to deal with your own troubles as the headmaster of Atlas Academy. He closed his eyes. I need you help. Ironwood's eyes widened a bit. That's a phrase that I never thought that I will hear from you. This makes it both surprising and disturbing. There was no hint of joke in his voice. I know that the two of us don't see things in the same way most of the time. Mainly when it comes to the way we train our students. However, the last events made me aware of the fact that I have to change some things when it comes to how we do things at Beacon. I want to ask for your advice as a more strict teacher. What do you think that would be the most efficient way to make my students realize the dangers of a battle against another human? James interlocked his fingers. My usual answer would be discipline in the battle. field are the only way to create soldiers. However, you should know this already. I don't want soldiers, James. I don't want them to become one piece in a bigger machine. They should be individuals, able to make the right choice when the times comes. This is what a huntsman should be. From my point of view, the two of them are one and the same. But to go back to your question, aside from first-hand experience, there might be one way that I could think of, and that is, with Koyuki in Naruto, the two of them had to hide after they left the cafeteria in order to escape Weiss. Well, Koyuki hid and dragged Naruto with her. Right now, they were lying down behind some bushes beside one of the many roads between the school buildings. Koyuki, he had a deadpanned expression on his face. Yes, can you explain why did you had to drag me here? Well, I really need to talk with you between four eyes. It's kind of hard to when you are followed by someone. Anyhow, her tone became serious. I really have something important to talk with you about. Naruto recognized her tone. It was the same she used when it came to official businesses. What? She shifted her position and sat on her knees. It's a message from Shion. She had a vision. His eyes widened. Shion, how do you know? Our countries formed an alliance 2 years ago. The two of us could relate in one aspect, so we started to talk more. However, the last time we spoke, she told me about this horrible future that she saw. It is not only her that is going to die but also all the population of the capital of the land of demons. She needs your help. Sigh, it's like everything bad happens when I am not there. I will tell Ozpin that I will have to quit Beacon. We have to get there as soon as possible. I fear that things are far more complicated. If what she saw was true, then this will happen during a festival held in the capital. The only festival that they are holding there is the New Year one. That is months away. Why did she had that vision now? She has no idea. She suspects that it has to do with the fact that you are not the only person that her vision revealed. Here, she took out a small scroll. This is a saint of descriptions of the people that we need in order to stop this madness. She tried her best to describe everyone she saw. He opened the scroll and started to read. A girl with silver eyes and dressed like a red reaper. His eyes widened. A girl whose hair looks like fire. A blonde warrior with a sword and shield. The more he read, the more it was clear that his friends from Beacon had to be there too. The last description, however, didn't sound like anyone that he knows yet. A dark-haired man with a silver sword who can transform into a black bird. This are all my friends. Except for the last one. I have no idea who that person is. He put the scroll inside the jacket. And this brings us to the present. There is no point in making a move right now since the danger will not come until the New Year festival. I beg you, for Shion's sake, find all the people that you need and save both her and the capital. She bowed her head to the ground. Please. Well, look what we found. They heard Yang's voice from over the bush. Looking up, they saw that all the gang, including a fuming and angry as hell Weiss, was there. How long have you guys been there? Long enough to hear the cute lady asking for something really nicely, replied the blonde girl with a face-splitting grin. What did she ask for exactly? Well, I asked Naruto-kun to be my guide for the next 2 weeks. I really want to see Vale and everything that it has to offer. He was so mean to me and refused the first time I asked. He didn't understand what was she doing at first, but it hit him in the end. If you are in on of Shion's visions, it means that you have to die in order for her to survive. There is no point in making them worry about their own lives. Not now at least. Why yeah, I am sorry Koyuki, but I can't stop going to school for 2 weeks. The headmaster would kick me out. But you could come with me after school is done, she declared with a cute pout. Naruto gained a tick mark. Is she really going to make him look like the bad guy? Weiss started to give an dangerous aura around her. Come on Koyuki, be reasonable *gha**. He was interrupted by Weiss, who drop-kicked him in the face. That surprised everyone. It seems that she reached the breaking point. She turned toward the actress and bowed in an apologetic manner. I am sorry for his rudeness, Miss Koyuki. I will make sure that this idiot will help you. He started to rub his face from the pain. Who died and made you my boss. I will pay you with 1,000 leans per day, declared the older woman. Deal. Our protagonist was blinded by his need for money. Score. With this I will have enough to go through the first year without any troubles. However, on a second thought, don't you think that is a bit too much for a couple of hours? She smiled. Not at all. John was left slack-jawed. Is he really going to get paid to walk with a beauty around the city? Yes, it seems that he is, was Ren's answer. The end. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.